Chapter 560. Look, he's the one riding on the back of the bone dragon. What's he doing there? He seems to be looking at that statue. That's the statue of the great grand necromancer Ron, the youngest expert of the sacred domain in history, a former student of the academy, and also my idol. Hey, look, that person looks a bit like the statue. A girl pointed at Ron and said to the surrounding students. It can't be, it's true. Could it be that he's Ron? He's Ron? How is that possible? In front of Ron's statue, a circle of students were pointing at Ron. Some of them had already recognized Ron's identity. Big Brother Ron. A voice came from the crowd. Ron looked over and saw a pretty girl walking out from the crowd. His eyes lit up and he said with a smile, Ellie, how come it's you? Ellie actually knows Lord Ron? The blonde girl was surprised, and so was the white-robed girl beside her. Her mouth formed an O shape. Moreover, she's interested in Big Brother Ron. How is that possible? Ron is now an expert of the sacred domain. I've never heard her say that she has anything to do with Ron. Ellie, how are you doing here? When Ellie walked to his side, Ron asked with a pleasant expression. Big Brother Ron, I'm doing very well here. Ellie nodded and said, Little girl, you've grown up, you're almost as tall as me. Ron smiled and patted Ellie's head. He looked her up and down and secretly nodded. Not bad, your strength is already that of an advanced mage. It seems that sending you here to study magic was the right choice. Ellie smiled like an iceberg melting. This poor but sensible little girl revealed her cute little canine teeth in front of Ron. Ron. At this moment, Vice Dean Dabbs's voice came into his ears. He complained as soon as he arrived. You scared me. I thought someone had come. So it's this kid. He narrowed his eyes as he spoke. What? You're here to see the dean, right? Yes, Vice Dean, please inform him that his former student, Ron, requests an audience. Ron bowed slightly, his attitude as humble as ever. A sacred domain expert bowed to him, giving Dabbs face in front of the students. He smiled with satisfaction. The dean already knows that you're here, please follow me. After Ron left with Dabbs, the students in front of the statue were in an uproar as they discussed. Ellie, tell me the truth, what's your relationship with Ron? After Ron left, the blonde girl, the white-robed girl, and a group of female mages surrounded Ellie and asked. He's my older brother, and he's also the one who sent me here to study. Oh. The students finally realized what was going on, and some of them had envious looks on their faces. I also want a sacred domain expert as my older brother, the blonde girl said enviously. In the dean's office, Ron and Prats sat on the sofa together. Unlike Morin, Prats agreed very quickly after hearing Ron's intentions. Very good, I've been unhappy with those Holy See fellows for a long time. If we can teach them a lesson, I believe we won't refuse. We? Ron was stunned. He didn't know what we meant. Yes, we. Prats smiled calmly. Soaring Dragon Academy's Montego and Hans Academy's Hill are my companions. So that's how it is. Ron nodded in realization. He suddenly had 3 sacred domain experts on his side. Ron was very happy, as if a huge stone had been lifted from his heart. At this time, Prats added, Of course, this only refers to the 3 of us, not the students of the 3 academies. That's natural. Ron smiled and nodded. Those students were weak and didn't have much combat experience. Sending them to the battlefield would be sending them to their death. Besides, the academy was only a place to nurture talent. No academy would send their students to their death. Sir Dean, thank you. Facing the old dean, Ron sincerely bowed to him. Every time he was at his lowest point, it was this ordinary-looking old dean who gave him protection and the deepest support. Even when he became a sacred domain expert, it was still the same. It could be said that Prats's contribution to Ron's success today couldn't go unnoticed. Prats smiled kindly. He took out something from his bosom. It was a blue stone. Ron, when you need us, just crush this and you'll be able to open a spatial passage and teleport us here. He handed the blue stone to Ron. Remember, this little thing can only be used once. Ron, keep it well. Thank you, Sir Dean. Ron carefully put it away as if he was holding a newborn baby. He bid farewell to the old dean and left Ballarak's academy on the Bone Dragon, returning to Gloom City. Gloom City was as peaceful as ever. However, there was a tinge of tension in this tranquility. Squads of soldiers shuttled through the city, lined up neatly with weapons in their hand. Their expressions were cold and handsome. The Calamity headquarters in Gloom City was Ron's residence. It was also the core of the city. As soon as Ron landed on the Bone Dragon, he saw Kadena, Shea, Basara, and the others coming out to greet him. Following them was New Ebia's queen, Juliana. Juliana looked anxious and uneasy. Seeing Ron return, she secretly sighed in relief. Celestial Wolf King Dilin had already arrived. She stood to the side and smiled at Ron. Ron nodded at her as a greeting. Ron, you're finally back. Kadena's eyes were red as she gave him a big hug. I missed you so much. My dear pornographic novel. I missed you too. Ron hugged Kadena lightly before looking around and asking, What happened? You all seem to be very nervous. Ron. New Ebia's queen, Juliana, looked around and hesitated. Ron understood and nodded. Let's talk in the hall. In the spacious Hall of the Dead, more than 10 chairs were filled with people. They were the core members of the Scourge Church and the Kingdom of Ebia. Other than Vivian, who was still recuperating, almost everyone was present, including the newly joined Dilin. Speak, Your Majesty Juliana. What's the situation in the Holy Roman Empire now? As soon as Ron sat down, he immediately asked straightforwardly, The people sitting here are all trustworthy people. You can rest assured that you can speak. Juliana glanced at Dilin, who she did not know, and said softly, Ron, something big has happened. She looked nervous. According to the news I received from the Holy Roman Empire, the Holy Roman Empire is secretly mobilizing troops and preparing to attack us again. Your Majesty. At this time, Lachlan sneered. What's wrong with that? We'll just chase them away again. This time, I won't let the iron hooves of the Holy Roman Empire step into Ebia. Lachlan had recently become the Supreme General of the new Kingdom of Ebia. He was in high spirits, and the way he spoke had also become arrogant. Although Lachlan's attitude was arrogant, most people did not feel that there was anything wrong with it. For the current Ebia, an army of 500,000 soldiers was not a problem at all. The current Ebia had just been established, and the power of the kingdom was gradually centralizing. The country was at its peak, and the army was powerful. It was simply not the same as before. Ron did not care about the army of the Holy Roman Empire. He was more concerned about the movements of the few powerhouses from the sacred domain. If that was all, it would be easy to handle. But things are not that simple. Juliana bit her lips. Ron, our spies have also discovered that many of the holy cathedrals in the Holy Roman Empire have been empty. The priests, bishops, and guards of the Holy See have all disappeared. What does this mean? Ron frowned. He seemed to have grasped something. I think this means that the Holy See is preparing to attack us. Juliana's voice was trembling as she said this. Their powerhouses are gathering. Perhaps what we are facing is not an ordinary army of the Holy Roman Empire, but a powerful Holy Legion with a firm belief. Holy Legion. Hearing Juliana's words, everyone's expression changed. A powerful legion composed entirely of powerhouses from the Holy See. What kind of concept was that? This had already subverted the common army of the Noah continent. Their strength was unimaginable. Is the Holy See finally coming? Ron took a deep breath. He clenched his fists slightly, and his body trembled with excitement. He stood up abruptly. Very good. I have been waiting for this day for a long time. If they want to come, then let them come. I have made all the necessary preparations. All the necessary preparations? Juliana did not understand what Ron was referring to. Just as she was about to ask, suddenly, an extremely powerful aura came from the horizon. Everyone's expression changed. This aura was a powerhouse from the sacred domain. The strength of this aura far exceeded that of an ordinary master. There was no doubt that it was a powerhouse from the sacred domain. In other words, an extremely powerful powerhouse from the sacred domain had graced Undercity with his presence. Could it be that a powerhouse from the Holy Sea's sacred domain has come? Lachlan's voice was full of fear. In the face of a powerhouse from the sacred domain, his previous high-spirited appearance had been thrown far away. At this moment, Ron's heart skipped a beat and he said, "No, it doesn't feel like the aura of the Holy See. Instead, it feels like a magical beast. It seems to be a super-magical beast with noble royal bloodline." Di Lin's face also showed a dignified expression, and she said, "Let's go out and take a look." Everyone was on high alert as they walked out of the undead hall, and came to the huge balcony of the Calamity headquarters. The powerhouse from the sacred domain was very fast, and in a short while, he was above Undercity. Di Lin and Ron looked at each other, and at the same time, they activated the power in their bodies, releasing the aura of the sacred domain without reservation. This was also the way the powerhouses from the sacred domain greeted each other. If the visitor had no ill intentions, they should obediently retreat. However, not only did the unfamiliar aura not retreat, but it also rushed in their direction. "He's here." Di Lin snorted. "Is he here to provoke us? Ron, do you want me to go up and stop him? Otherwise, if we fight here, I'm afraid it will cause a lot of damage." "It doesn't look like it." Ron frowned. "I don't feel any killing aura from him. Let's take a look first." He was getting closer and closer. Chapter 561. That's... Ron's face lit up when he saw the face of the youth in the sky. "It's Kay." Rainey shrieked as she pointed at the sky. The youth was none other than Kay. The once powerful, high-grade demonic beast with the golden Beaumont bloodline had arrived at Gloom City. "Kay, Ron." The moment Kay landed, Ron, Becerra, and Rainey, who were familiar with her, went up to her. "Sister Ron Rainey," Kay cheered, their arms tightly clasped together. "Who is he?" Kadena asked Di Lin quietly. She could tell that the youth in front of her was a demonic beast. "I don't know him." Di Lin shook her head. "But I can tell that he's a Beaumont." "Beaumont?" The moment Di Lin said the two words, Beaumont, everyone was stunned. No one would have thought that this ordinary-looking, skinny, and weak youth was the most powerful demonic beast in the Noah continent. "Is he here to help us?" Juliana was surprised and elated. With the addition of this powerful Beaumont, their chances of winning against the Holy See army had increased significantly. "I think so," Di Lin said. "To be exact, he's here to help Ron." "Kay, why are you here?" Ron asked with a smile after Kay greeted Becerra, Rainey, and the rest. After he was taken away by Hao Qin, there had been no news of him. Ron wanted to look for him, but he gave up due to his lack of power. "Hee, my grandpa isn't here, so I sneaked out," Kay said proudly. "I don't want to stay in that godforsaken place for a second longer. It's better to be out here." "Ron, I heard that you've established the Scourge Church. You've finally achieved your dream. You don't mind me coming to work for you, do you?" Of course, you're welcome." Ron beamed. With such a free fighter, what else could he be dissatisfied with? What the Scourge Church lacked the most now was strong fighters, especially those from the sacred domain. "Grandpa brought you back. Did your father make things difficult for you?" Becerra asked worriedly. "Look at your life at Beaumont's. You've lost weight." "Humph. How dare he?" Kay sneered. "He wanted to teach me a lesson the moment my grandpa brought me back. Who would have thought that I would teach him a lesson instead? Now, he doesn't dare to be fierce with me." "Ah." Kay, you actually hit your own father? Rainey was shocked. Kay's actions had completely overturned her worldview. Rainey, the world of magical beasts is like this. The bigger fist is the law. Father, son, and family are all luxuries. If you look at the world of magical beasts from a human's perspective, you'll break down, Ron said with a smile. He had a better understanding of magical beasts. Oh. Rainey nodded her head, not fully understanding. Rainey, it's not like that. Kay hurriedly explained. If my father didn't go overboard, I wouldn't have wanted to be calculative with him. It was because he went overboard that day that I couldn't take it anymore and fought back. Speaking up to this point, he sighed. However, I still can't beat Grandpa. He is indeed very strong. Before he transformed, I was already no match for him. If it wasn't for that, I would have run out long ago. How does your grandpa treat you? Ron asked. Not bad. Kay scratched his head and said, he brought me along, taught me skills, and taught me how to fight. My ability has increased by 1 level compared to before. I'm already a 14-level magical beast. I see. Ron finally understood. After all, anyone would value such an outstanding descendant. Kay's bloodline was outstanding, and it was even the legendary golden bloodline. Hao Qin would also do his best to nurture him. Oh right. Brother Ron, don't hold a grudge against my grandpa. That day, it was an unintentional mistake. I think he won't find trouble with you in the future. Regarding the past, I apologize to you on his behalf. Please forgive him, Kay said embarrassedly and bowed deeply. It wasn't an unintentional mistake. Thinking back to the time when Hao Qin almost killed him, Ron felt a little unconvinced. However, at the same time, he smiled bitterly. What was his ability? What was Hao Qin's ability? Bickering with him? Ron knew that he wasn't qualified to do so. However, in retrospect, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that it was an unintentional mistake. When one's ability reached Hao Qin's level, whether it was an unintentional mistake or not was no longer important. It was a complete disregard for life. All right, for your sake, I won't bicker with him. Ron nodded and said, Oh right. Kay, you came at the right time. Now is the time when I need help. As he spoke, he briefly explained the feud between himself and the Holy See. Then, he said, Kay, I need you to stay here and help me fight against the Holy See. No problem. Kay agreed without hesitation. Brother Ron's enemy is my enemy. Don't worry, I'll definitely help you teach them a lesson. As she spoke, Kay's eyes flashed fiercely. A golden light flashed in her eyes, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly, revealing her sharp teeth. Beaumont's fierceness was on full display at this moment. That's great. At this time, Juliana took the initiative to welcome them. She extended her hand enthusiastically and said with a smile, You're Kay, right? I'm Juliana, king of the new kingdom of Ebbia. Welcome to us. With you joining us, we'll have more confidence in fighting against the Holy See. Faced with this woman who took the initiative to welcome them, Kay couldn't help but roll her eyes. She looked at Ron with a look that said, Who are you? Juliana's hand froze in midair. She was extremely embarrassed. At this time, she realized that she had made a mistake, a very serious mistake. How could a proud Beaumont with the strength of the sacred domain think highly of a human? It wasn't just Beaumont. Most magical beasts were like this. Lin liked Ron, and sometimes she would more or less give him face. Kay, on the other hand, was completely unruly. She was on good terms with Ron because of their previous friendship. If not for this friendship, she wouldn't even say half a word. But fortunately, what happened next dispelled Juliana's embarrassment. A soldier of the kingdom of Ebbia ran in and whispered a few words in her ear. Juliana's face changed greatly. Not good. The Holy See has made their move. What? This news was like a bomb, shocking everyone in an instant. The Holy See has already made their move? Ron's face darkened. What's the situation now? Everyone stared at Juliana, and the tense atmosphere spread in the air. "It's like this." Juliana's face was a little pale. She calmed herself down and said, "According to my reliable information, the Holy See has already gathered 60,000 troops in the border cities in the name of pilgrimage. They are marching south, launching an operation called Guangming Storm. The purpose is to drive out all the darkness. This operation is also called the New Holy War. In other words, they are specifically targeting the Scourge Church. Now, the army of the Holy See has begun to attack the border cities of Ebia. According to the news I just received, the border town of Tanank City in Ebia only resisted for 2 hours before it was declared to have fallen. 2 hours?" Juliana's words stunned everyone. If one was not a core member of the Kingdom of Ebia or the Scourge Church, one would not understand what this meant. Tanank City was an important border town of the Kingdom of Ebia. Juliana had stationed 300,000 troops there to fight against the Holy Roman Empire. Unexpectedly, in the face of the 60,000 troops of the Holy See, Tanank City was declared to have fallen after only 2 hours of resistance. One could imagine how terrifying the combat power of the 60,000 troops of the Holy See was. These 60,000 troops were not an ordinary army, but the elite troops of the Holy See. The strength of the soldiers in an ordinary army varied, and the good and the bad were mixed together. However, this holy army was full of powerhouses. With such a terrifying army, conquering a city was as easy as blowing off dust. Pornographic novels, this holy army was led by a powerhouse from the sacred domain of the Holy See. The leader did not appear, and I don't know who it was. However, the vanguard was led by the Lord of the Hall of Glory, Boulder. The Holy Crusade led by him easily breached Tanank City. Juliana's face was filled with horror. The way this war was going was far beyond her imagination. Facing this powerful and elite team, Juliana felt a sense of powerlessness in her heart, as if they were crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. They came so quickly. Lachlan's face was also filled with horror. They actually attacked without declaring war. The Holy See is really shameless. "Ron, what do we do now?" Juliana asked in a trembling voice. The Holy See's undeclared war showed their ambition to invade. She knew in her heart that the weak kingdom of Ebia could not resist this army. At this moment, a trace of fear surged in her heart. Could it be that the newly established kingdom of Ebia was going to be destroyed in the flames of war again? All eyes were fixed on Ron. For a moment, Ron felt an extremely heavy pressure. This pressure was so strong that it made it difficult for him to breathe. Ron stood quietly by the railing with his hands behind his back. He forced himself to calm down and fell into deep thought. The disparity was simply too great. A total of 60,000 soldiers. Although 60,000 soldiers did not seem like a lot, they were all valiant and elite troop. Every soldier was powerful. It was not difficult for Ebia to gather 600,000 soldiers, but would these 600,000 soldiers be of any use? What was a main battle army? This was a main battle army. This was an unstoppable force. The difference in strength was obvious. No matter how loyal, brave, and desperate Ebia's 600,000 soldiers were, it was useless. This was an insurmountable gap. Ron still had a certain amount of confidence in the battle between the experts of the sacred domain. Other than himself and Lin, there were also Archmage Prats, Dragon Knight Montegot, Killer St. Hill, the newly joined Kay, and Shea's grandfather, Corbett, who was on his way. There were 7 people in total. Although they were at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, Ron was not afraid. However, the 60,000 soldiers of the Holy See gave him a headache. This was an unparalleled force. The arrival of this force would cause the newly born Scourge Church and the secular forces under its protection to suffer a devastating blow. The Scourge Church was Ron's blood, sweat, and tears. It was also the lifelong wish of Homelin's grandfather. Ron definitely did not want the Scourge Church to be destroyed in the flames of war again. I can only go all out now. Ron gritted his teeth and fiercely punched the railing. He had made up his mind. Chapter 562. Pompeii City was bustling with activity. The city was filled with a tense atmosphere, and the shadow of war shrouded everyone's hearts. Some civilians stood on top of the city wall. Most of them were thin and malnourished, holding all kinds of tools in their hands as they reinforced the walls of Pompeii City. Although such actions did not have much effect, they were still nervous and busy. Ron, Juliana, and the others stood on top of the city wall and looked into the distance. When their gazes fell on the civilians, everyone could not help but look away. Yesterday, I mobilized more than 100,000 civilians to reinforce the walls of Pompeii City. I hope it will be of some use, Juliana said with a wry smile. She did not think that doing so would have any effect, but for now, this is all that can be done. Thinking that Pompeii City was going to experience another war, everyone's hearts were heavy. In war, the civilians were the ones who sacrificed the most. Juliana sighed. Over the years, the Holy Roman Empire has caused the people of Euboea to suffer. They did not treat Euboea as their territory at all, and they levied exorbitant taxes on the people of Euboea. As the poorest province of the Holy Roman Empire, the taxes of the people of Euboea were several times higher than those of other provinces. The people of Euboea were poor, but the oligarchs and aristocrats of the Holy Roman Empire were rich. The Holy See was also not a good thing. They opened a church here, forced the people to join the church, and levied an 11% tax on the believers. That is, 1/10 of the believers' income was given to the Holy See. This is not including other taxes. The Holy See is really abominable. Vivian's eyes flashed with a green light. Although her injuries were almost healed, she was still weak, and her walking was not very natural. After our uprising in Pompeii City, the people of Euboea, who had been oppressed by the Holy See and the Holy Roman Empire, angrily rushed into the Holy Cathedral in the city, destroyed these harmful doctrines, and killed their believers. The matter was very big for a time. This shows that the Holy See is unpopular in Euboea. When the kingdom was first established, as the new king of Euboea, I tried my best to reduce their taxes, but the country was in a difficult situation. Juliana shook her head. Now, the national treasury is almost empty. After listening to Juliana's words, Ron had to admit that she was a good queen. Although she was sometimes too selfish, she still thought about the kingdom. Unfortunately, after just a few days of peace, war is coming again. Julianne shook her head helplessly. Will Pompeii be destroyed by the flames of war again? Everyone fell silent. After all, anyone could guess the result even if they used their toes to think. Cadina said hatefully, "The Holy See is so arrogant and despotic. Is there nothing we can do about it?" "Of course there is a way." Corbett, who was standing by the side, said slowly, "In a large-scale battle like this, which even involves the powerhouses of the sacred domain, generally speaking, the council won't sit idly by." Unfortunately, Corbett shook his head. The chairman and senators of the council are all not here. They are all powerhouses of the sacred domain, so their words are useful. The other councilors are powerhouses of the sacred domain, so they won't care about this mess. The Holy See really knows how to pick king time. Ron asked curiously, where did the chairman and senators of the council go? And Grandma Undine? Ha! Corbett shook his head slightly. No one knows where they went. Undine didn't tell me. All I know is that the 5 powerhouses of the council have temporarily left the Noah continent. Left the Noah continent? Ron was slightly surprised. When will they come back? I don't know, Corbett said straightforwardly. Among the 5 of them, there seems to be some kind of agreement. Even if it's someone close to them, they can't reveal their whereabouts, so even I don't know. Ron carefully chewed on Corbett's words, confirming them with K's, and slowly nodded. Kay's grandfather had also left the Noah continent so he could run out. It seems that we can't count on the council. Juliana frowned, her face showing an uneasy expression. She sighed. Young master, I'm afraid we're in big trouble. Pompeii City can't be defended. I think we shouldn't make any plans, right? Is that so? Ron lowered his head and pondered for a moment, then said loudly, Passively defending has never been my character. If possible, I want to take the initiative to attack. You mean to take the initiative to attack? Juliana smiled. Young master, do you think we have such strength? Our army is completely different from their elite corps. Even if we have several times more people than them, it's still possible that we'll be defeated. How do you know if you haven't tried? Ron was ambitious, and his eyes shone with confidence. We'll take the initiative to attack, find a way to ambush them, and use the advantage of numbers to fight a beautiful battle of annihilation. I think it's still possible. Juliana smiled but didn't say anything. At this time, Kay jumped up. That's right. We can't always passively take a beating. Ron, leave this matter to me. No matter if it's a saint-level expert or any other opponent, I, Kai, will definitely make it so that they won't be able to leave alive. Upon hearing the word battle, Kai grew excited and he thumped his chest loudly. All right then. Seeing that Kay, a magical beast from the sacred domain, had such a strong fighting spirit, Juliana couldn't bear to dampen his enthusiasm, so she nodded in agreement. In fact, she was also looking forward to a miracle. Lachlan. Here. Fully armed and obscene. Swordmaster Lachlan stepped forward and saluted with a clap sound. Juliana said in an unquestionable tone, Lachlan, I order you to lead 80,000 Abia troops and follow Lord Kay of the Beaumont family to take the initiative to attack and ambush their small team. Remember, don't get entangled with their main force. Instead, use the method of dividing and surrounding them, and fight a beautiful battle of annihilation. Win soldiers, people, and time for our kingdom of Ebia. Yes, Your Majesty, Lachlan said loudly. I promise to complete the task. After saying that, he strode away to accept the order. Juliana sighed. Young master, let's discuss how to defend Pompeii City. Kingdom of Ebia, Shearing Wind Basin. The terrain of Shearing Wind Basin was like a funnel, surrounded by mountains on all sides. It was easy to defend and hard to attack. It was a typical pocket formation and also a good place for an ambush. Lachlan, Kay, and the 80,000 troops of Ebia were lying in ambush here. At the foot of the mountain, the 80,000 troops were densely stationed. There was only one path from the top of the mountain to the foot of the mountain. All the high ground in Shearing Wind Basin was occupied by the Ebia troop. They were quietly lying in ambush in the underbrush, vigilantly looking down. Lord Kay, I'll go and inspect the military affairs first. If there's any situation, I'll immediately come back and report to you. In a huge tent, Lachlan bowed slightly. As a great general, his words were full of politeness, because he knew that the magical beast in front of him was abnormally terrifying. She could pinch him to death with just one finger. Go, go. Kay's whole body half reclined on a long chair. She said indifferently, if there's anything, just tell me directly. Except for the powerhouses of the divine realm, I'm not afraid of anyone in the sacred domain. You're Ron's subordinate. I'll protect you. Thank you, Lord Kay. Lachlan bowed again. He thought to himself, I'm not Ron's subordinate. But he didn't say too much to Kay. He lowered his head and walked out of the tent. At this time, a soldier quickly ran over, looking nervous. What's the situation? Lachlan took the initiative to welcome him and asked. Reporting to Lord, we've discovered an army in front. They're wearing white clothes and white armor. They're well-equipped, full of spirit and powerful. It seems that they're the vanguard sent by the Holy See. They've already advanced to the periphery of Shearing Wind Basin. It seems that they're preparing to enter. How many people do they have? Lachlan was startled and immediately asked. There are more than 3,000 of them. The soldier said. More than 3,000. More than 3,000. Haha, this is a heaven-sent opportunity. When Lachlan heard this, he rubbed his hands together. I don't believe that the 80,000 people of our Abia army can't defeat the 3,000 people of the Holy See. This time I'll make sure they don't return. Lachlan's eyes shone with excitement. Pass down the order immediately. Everyone, get into position and get ready for battle. When they enter Shearing Wind Basin, listen to my order and attack at any time. Yes, Lord. After Lachlan gave the order, he turned around and returned to the tent. With a hint of flattery, he said to Kay, Lord Kay, our chance to perform a meritorious deed has come. Then he explained the situation to her. We have to find a way to annihilate them all. Leave none alive. Lachlan said loudly. Good, very good. Kay stood up. She clenched her fists and made cracking sounds. Very good, I don't have time to exercise my muscles and bones. This time, I'll definitely go on a killing spree and let them see the power of the Beaumont clan. While speaking, Kay's eyes revealed an ominous glint like a ferocious beast, causing Lachlan to tremble with fear. Lord Boulder, Shearing Wind Basin is in front of us. At the foot of another mountain in Shearing Wind Basin, a Holy See soldier who looked like a staff officer pointed at Shearing Wind Basin and said, According to the map, this place is difficult to attack and easy to defend. It's easy to be ambushed by the enemy. Should we send people to investigate? There's no need. The one leading the vanguard was Holy Knight Boulder of the Holy Knight Regiment. He was a middle-aged man with a tall stature. Like all Holy Knights, his deep eyes were full of unswerving determination. They were the symbol of courage, loyalty, and power. Along the way, the Abia army simply couldn't withstand a single blow. They would flee at the sight of us. Therefore, they definitely won't ambush us. Boulder said, We have to speed up and kill our way to the base camp of those heretics as soon as possible, that place called Undercity. But it's better to be a bit more cautious. That staff officer said cautiously. I said no need, so there's no need. Boulder's tone was clearly somewhat displeased. Don't forget, we are an elite army. We can't be compared to those ordinary Abia army. They want to ambush us? I still want to be ambushed by them. Let's see who will fall in the end. Boulder's face revealed a smile. Chapter 563. Boulder didn't listen to his squire's advice and insisted on entering the unscouted Shearing Wind Basin. The endless Gobi Desert was precisely the Shearing Wind Basin. The center of the basin was filled with yellow sand. Under Boulder's lead, the vanguard of the Holy Legion slowly moved like a moving earthworm. There were paladins, swordsmen, priests, assassins, mages, crossbowmen, and other professions in the army. Without exception, they all had decent strength, and some of them had even reached the level of master. The midday sun shone on the ground, giving off a glaring radiance. Stepping on the scorching yellow sand, a sizzling sound could be heard. Small lizards in the sand poked their heads out of their holes, curiously sizing up the large group of uninvited guests in front of them. The hot air was suffocating. This damned weather! Boulder wiped his sweat with his hand. Even a powerhouse of the sacred domain was drenched in sweat in this hot weather. In the desert sky, the air was thin, and the scenery on the ground was reflected in the sky, forming a strange landscape. Those who often walked in the desert knew that this was called a mirage. Suddenly, Boulder's gaze froze. Then, his eyes revealed an expression of disbelief. Because, in the sky, an army appeared. It was the army of Abia. The soldiers of the army were wearing Abia's uniform. Walla, a roar like that of the mountains and seas surged out. The sound from all directions converged into a wave of sound, sweeping towards the Holy Legion. Then, from all over the mountains and plains, figures suddenly appeared one after another like ghosts. They held weapons in their hands and stood majestically on high ground. What? The Holy Legion was shaken by the sudden appearance of the army. The densely packed figures showed that the number of people was not small, more than 10 times their number. At the same time, the Holy See soldiers also confirmed a fact. They were surrounded. On top of a protruding rock, Lachlan took a majestic step forward. His entire body was wrapped in iron armor, only revealing his nose and eyes. He held a one-handed shield in his left hand and a one-handed longsword in his right. He was in high spirits as he waved his long sword and shouted, "Let's go! Sons of Abia, the time to render meritorious service has come. Kill! Kill!" Banners fluttered and battle cries shook the heavens. For a moment, a strong cloud of dust surged in all directions. Tens of thousands of people rushed down the slope together, and the earth also produced a slight tremor. As expected, we still fell into an ambush? I was too careless. Boulder faintly smiled. In the face of such a predicament, there wasn't a trace of panic on his face. He then said in a deep voice, "Everyone, get ready for battle." Whoosh! The well-trained Sacred Legion raised their weapons. The soldiers in the Holy See's uniform looked solemn. Facing the attack of tens of thousands of people, there was no trace of panic on their faces. Priests cast a shield. Mages, prepare to attack. Paladins, activate your auras. A series of orders spread out from Boulder's mouth, and it didn't take long for the entire Sacred Corps to move. Like a sophisticated machine, everything appeared to be in order. Attack! Whoosh! 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 Following Boulder's order, dozens of magic bullets soared into the air and blasted towards the densely packed Abia soldiers. Boom! Boom! Countless sparks and ice flames exploded, and many Abia soldiers were blasted into pieces. Some were burned to ashes by the magic flames. Crossbowmen, get ready! Whoosh! The crossbowmen took a step forward and squatted down. The steel crossbows in their hands were aimed at the Abia soldiers in the distance. The sharp tips of the crossbows emitted a cold glint. The crossbowmen were the Holy See's special long-range attack unit. Their main purpose was to make up for the lack of mages. These heavy steel crossbows were abnormally powerful, and they fought using Do-Chi. As their Do-Chi level increased, they were divided into apprentice crossbowmen, archers, elite archers, and holy archers. Fire! Following Boulder's order, the crossbowmen's steel crossbows shot out like a string of arrows. Whoosh! 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 Under the dense rain of arrows, the Abia soldiers fell one after another. Ouch! I got shot in the leg. It hurts. Don't leave me behind. The Abia soldiers screamed miserably. The arrows that were imbued with Do-Chi pierced through their bodies and left large holes. Just a single arrow took the life of an Abia soldier. How could this be? After losing the first battle, Lachlan was dumbfounded. Who was the one ambushing who now? It was as if he had become the one being ambushed. Seeing his soldiers fall one by one, Lachlan's eyes turned red. He waved his sword and shouted, "Kill! They are too few in number. We'll be fine as long as we charge through." Just as Lachlan had said, the Holy See's vanguard only had 3,000 men. It was indeed too few. Facing the encirclement of the Abia soldiers, they gradually became powerless. Although their crossbowmen were strong, they couldn't defend from all sides. Soon, tens of thousands of Abia soldiers charged into their formation and engaged in close combat. Boulder showed no fear. He drew his sword and cut down an Abia soldier in front of him. For the glory of God, kill. Pursue the faith of God. Spread the glory of God. Apart from me there is no other God. I am the supreme, I am the greatest. At this time, the Holy See soldiers began to chant in a low voice. A milky white light began to twine around Boulder's body. As the light flowed, it formed a shield that protected his body. Blessings of God Guangming. The Holy See's strength was astonishing. After receiving the blessings of God, the soldiers became even more ferocious. Their attack power and defense were greatly increased. Facing enemies several times their size, they showed no fear. One by one, the Abia soldiers were cut down. Blood flowed out and dyed the ground red. However, their counterattacks were pitifully weak. Their swords and sabers only left faint marks on the bodies of the Holy See soldiers. On the other hand, the Holy See soldiers were killed one by one. The Abia army suffered heavy casualties. The great sword masters and honorary knights of the Holy See were even more merciless. One by one, they killed one of the Abia soldiers. It was a one-sided massacre. In the eyes of the great sword masters, they were like ants. No. Impossible. Lachlan, who was watching from a distance, felt his limbs go cold. His body trembled violently. His eyes were wide open, revealing a look of disbelief. Was this their true strength? 80,000 men, 80,000 men. An army of 80,000 men was actually defeated by the Holy See's 3,000 men. Haha, simply overestimating your capabilities. Boulder sneered. He hadn't even made a move yet. I'll give you a little boost. Boulder smiled faintly. He raised the scepter in his hand, and a dazzling golden light suddenly burst out. High morale! With a whoosh, the golden light spread over the battlefield. Wherever the golden light reached, an eagle with its wings spread out appeared above the heads of the soldiers. For a moment, all the soldiers of the Holy See were shocked. Awoo! Kill him! Kill! 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 In a flash, the soldiers of the Holy See were excited, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They shouted, howled, and their battle cries shook the heavens. On the other hand, the soldiers of Abia were in low spirits, utterly defeated by the enemy. With a clang, Lachlan threw down his sword and knelt on the ground in a daze. Faced with this hopeless disparity, he was disheartened and lost all will to fight. Could it be that New Abia will be destroyed once more? Lachlan looked at the sky, sorrowfully thinking. Suddenly, a dark gray figure rushed out from the crowd, pouncing on the Holy See like a tiger or a wolf. It was a youth with a grave and stern face. Where did this brat come from? He's not even wearing armor. Do you want to die? A master honorary knight sneered, and without thinking, he waved his scepter. Heavy strike. The scepter exploded with an intense light as it smashed down at the youth. According to common sense, this thin and weak youth's head would definitely burst open, and he would die an unnatural death in an instant. He would not even have the time to taste the pain. How pitiful, dying at such a young age. The honorary knight had a trace of sympathy in his eyes. At this time, something unexpected happened. The gray-clothed youth smiled coldly, stretched out his hand, and firmly grasped the heavy scepter. A powerful force burst out, and in a flash, the brilliance of the scepter was overshadowed. What? The honorary knight could not believe his eyes. At this time, he only felt a surge of power, and his body twisted like a fried dough twist. Then, he lost consciousness. Not good, he killed the captain. A Holy See soldier exclaimed. Kill him, avenge the captain! Kill! The Holy See soldiers abandoned their opponents in front of them and madly rushed at the youth. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 people surrounded the young man. They were all at the master level or above. More than 10 weapons were pointed at him. The youth smiled coldly, and with a shake of his arms, a golden fist surged out. Bang! 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 More than 10 bodies flew up like sandbags, and heavily fell to the ground. When they fell to the ground, they were already corpses. What? Everyone was shocked by the youth's strength. Who was he to kill the honorary knight with a single punch? The youth showed his prowess, and like a tiger in a flock of sheep, he rushed into the Holy See soldiers and wantonly slaughtered. Wherever the wind from his fist went, if not death, then injury. No one was a match for him, and for a moment, a hole was torn in the formation that the Holy See had struggled to maintain. When the Abia soldiers saw this, they were shocked. They took the opportunity to follow behind the youth, and further expand their victory. The Holy See was on the verge of collapse. Lachlan saw this, and hope rekindled in his heart. "Go to hell, all of you!" The youth's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He suddenly shouted, and his fist hit the ground like the wind. Boom! A loud sound was heard. Suddenly, a golden light burst out, and an irresistible force burst out. The ground cracked, and smoke billowed. Wherever it went, the enemy fell to the ground. "Ha ha!" The youth smiled coldly and slowly withdrew his fist. In front of him, a path had been cleared. Around him, there were corpses of the Holy See soldiers lying on the ground. Many of them were still alive, weakly moaning, and looking at him with a trace of fear. The youth looked at his masterpiece and smiled with satisfaction. At this moment, his expression suddenly changed, and he swung his fist back. Boom! The golden power burst out, entangling with the dazzling white light. The fist and the giant hammer collided, and huge sparks burst out. "Who the hell are you?" The one who attacked was Boulder. At this moment, he was holding the giant hammer with both hands, and his fist was locked in a stalemate with the youth. From the youth's fist, he could feel a heart-trembling power. The youth did not answer. He smiled coldly, revealing a row of white teeth. At this moment, he suddenly growled, and then his body underwent a huge change. The youth's body grew bigger, and his clothes were torn. Long golden hair grew on his body, and his hands turned into claws. His handsome face was ferocious like a beast, and his mouth revealed sharp teeth. "What?" Boulder's eyes were wide open, and there was a look of disbelief in his eyes. This was because he recognized the terrifying creature in front of him. Chapter 564. A 5 to 6 meter tall giant magical beast stood in front of everyone. The appearance of the Beaumont caused panic. Everyone's face changed under the fearsome name of this adult Beaumont. Lord K transformed. What? Lord K is actually a Beaumont. What a powerful magical beast from the sacred domain. Will definitely win. Kill. Seeing K transform, the Abia army's morale was greatly boosted, and they began to counterattack. "Why, you, this magical beast, will interfere in our war with the Holy See," Boulder said in a deep voice. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by Kay. "This will not benefit you or the Beaumont clan." Kay smiled coldly. "It's simple. Ron is my brother. I will not allow anyone to bully him." After saying that, he did not reply. With a low roar, he punched towards Boulder. "Divine defense!" Boulder shouted coldly, and a holy light spread out. Immediately after, a holy shield opened up in front of him, forming a light screen around him. It enveloped Boulder completely, making it impossible to attack. The divine defense cannot be broken, but I can attack you." After activating the divine defense, Boulder's confidence was greatly boosted. He raised his giant hammer and began to counterattack. "A defensive shield? Break for me." Kay did not even look at it. With a sneer, he punched out. The golden Beaumont's strength exploded and fiercely hit the light screen around Boulder, producing a dull sound. After being hit by the giant fist, the light of the divine defense dimmed a lot. However, it managed to block Kay's fist. "What?" Kay was surprised. His unstoppable fist was blocked for the first time. This tortoiseshell is really hard." Compared to Kay's surprise, Boulder's shock was even more unbearable. The opponent's power was so strong that a single punch was enough to offset most of his power. Even though he managed to block the opponent's attack, Boulder was not happy at all. "Damn it, I'll hit you." Kay became ruthless all of a sudden. He swung his fists like a windmill and struck out dozens of times in an instant. All of them bombarded Boulder's divine defense light screen. Bang! 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 On the battlefield, a series of muffled sounds rang out. Kay was attacking ferociously. His strength was so great that Boulder was forced to retreat continuously. A deep ravine appeared under his feet. The light screen of the divine defense flickered repeatedly, as if it would disappear at any time. Boulder was almost beaten to the point of vomiting blood. Kay's strength was too strong. Some of her power even penetrated his defense and bombarded his body. No, I can't let him continue to beat me like this. Boulder clenched his teeth and swung his giant hammer. In a flash, he launched a counterattack. Boulder understood that his divine defense could not hold on for much longer. Once it was broken, he would have to face Kay's chilling fist. Thunderbolt strike. The giant hammer and the fist collided once again. An intense ray of light burst out. A shocking power burst out from the center. Like smoke scattering in all directions, the surrounding soldiers were shaken to the point of being thrown off their horses. After forcing back that terrifying Beaumont with great difficulty, Boulder heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, he immediately used the self-healing light. A light beam descended and quickly healed his injuries. And Kay frowned. Although this holy knight in front of him was not strong, he was very difficult to deal with. At this moment, Boulder shouted loudly, "Pass down my order, cross cover and retreat. Immediately retreat from the shearing wind basin." Under Boulder's order, the well-trained Sacred Legion immediately changed their formation. They withdrew their forces and gathered together. Some other soldiers launched an attack at Kay. Countless magic and crossbow bolts were shot from the Sacred Legion's side. Their target was the same, which was to bombard Kay's body. Kay was forced to retreat again and again, crying out in pain. Although these attacks were not fatal, they could still injure Beaumont. At this moment, Kay's golden hair was stained with some bloodstains. Retreat, retreat, retreat! The Sacred Legion was not in the mood to continue fighting. They sacrificed some of their experts to block Kay's footstep. The rest of the troops quickly withdrew from the shearing wind basin. Don't let them escape. Chase after them. At this moment, Lachlan was overjoyed. He immediately realized that this was an opportunity to pursue and attack. He immediately shouted, "Don't chase." At this moment, Kay calmed down and stopped Lachlan's crazy behavior. In the battle just now, Kay felt that she had underestimated the opponent's paladin. Although she had the strongest attack method, the opponent had the strongest defensive skill. In terms of strength alone, the opponent was not necessarily below her. If they continued to fight, even Kay did not have much of a chance of winning. High defense, resistance, and self-healing. What class was the most difficult to deal with? Naturally, it was the paladin. If he died or was defeated, the rest of the Abia army could only be slaughtered by the Sacred Legion. Yes, Madam Kay. Lachlan also quickly calmed down. Although he was unwilling, if not for Kay's help, he would not have dared to pursue. In Pompeii City, in the main hall of the Abia Palace, after listening to Lachlan's report, everyone fell into silence. They were all shocked by the bloody facts in front of them. 80,000 people besieged 3,000 people. In a situation where they had the advantage in numbers, the opponent retreated unscathed. What was an extraordinary shame and humiliation! This was an extraordinary shame and humiliation. Many of them were soldiers. If they really fought such a terrible battle, not only would His Majesty blame them, they would not even have the face to live. However, they knew that Lachlan was not facing an ordinary army, but an army that only had the strong and not the weak. Without the burden of the weak, such an army could erupt with powerful fighting strength. Although they had powerhouses from the sacred domain, the opponent also had powerhouses, and they were not weak. It was easy to understand why the battle had turned out this way. After Lachlan finished his report, the main hall was still silent. Only the sound of light breathing could be heard. In the end, it was Juliana who slowly opened her mouth. "Everyone, in this situation, what should we do?" No one answered. Knowing that the opponent had such a huge advantage, some people thought that it would be better to surrender. Juliana could only look at Ron beside her for help. Faced with such a dilemma, Ron also felt very troubled. He finally understood that although it was difficult to cultivate the strength of the sacred domain, it was even more difficult to establish a force. It was no wonder that many powerhouses from the sacred domain would rather be guardians than establish a force. Guardians could just pat their butts and leave, but could Ron leave? The Scourge Church that he had painstakingly built was destroyed. There would be no more opportunities in the future, and no one would trust him. Ron also saw Juliana's gaze. At this time, he also knew that he had to come out and say something. Otherwise, the people's hearts would be scattered again, and no one would have the heart to resist anymore. Everyone. At this time, Ron stood up and cleared his throat. In an instant, everyone's eyes were cast on him, including Juliana. A glimmer of hope ignited in everyone's eyes. However, Ron's next words poured cold water on them. The enemy is too powerful to be stopped. I think the best way is to evacuate Pompeii City. Ron said faintly. What? Evacuate Pompeii City? Did I hear that right? Impossible! That can't be done. Pompeii City is the king of the new kingdom of Euboea. Evacuating Pompeii City means the destruction of the new Euboea. As soon as Ron's voice fell, the entire hall seemed to explode. When everyone heard this, they all began to talk about it. Most of their opinions were against it. Looking at the chaotic hall, Juliana frowned slightly. She was not afraid of death. If she could, she was willing to live and die with Pompeii City. However, she was reluctant to give up the foundation left by her father and the lovely people of Euboea. Ron, are you sure you're not joking? Juliana asked quietly. You think? Do I still have time to joke? Ron said. Juliana nodded. So, you're serious? Say it. What's your plan? No, Ron said bluntly. I don't have any plan. I only know that Pompeii City can't be defended. Use the defense of Undercity, shrink our forces, and fight to the death with the army of the Holy See. Maybe only then can we have a chance of survival, Ron said slowly. Juliana thought for a long time. She had to think that Ron was right. Besides this method, there was no other way. Very good. Juliana slammed the table. We will immediately evacuate Pompeii City, take all the food, supplies, and soldiers, and then shrink our forces and retreat to Undercity. Your Majesty, don't. Your Majesty, please reconsider. The ministers of the Kingdom of Euboea objected. Even Ron's classmate Fatty's father, the Minister of Finance, was against it. Carlos was also among the objectors. The kingdom had just been established, and in order to do a good job in the country's finances, he had spent a lot of effort, but now he had to withdraw. No one would be willing to do so. No need to say it. Juliana's pretty face was frosty. This is my decision. Execute it. Yes, Your Majesty. The ministers had no choice but to nod in agreement. During the war, efficiency was very fast. With Her Majesty's order, the entire country's machinery was operating frantically. For a time, all the residents of Pompeii City received the news of evacuating the capital. Although full of shock and reluctance, the Euboea army and civilians carried out Her Majesty's order very well. Except for a few people who chose to stay, most people chose to leave. On the plains, the Euboea army formed a neat formation and walked through the mountains. Juliana requisitioned a large number of carriages to transport supplies. The Euboea soldiers and civilians majestically evacuated Pompeii City and headed for Undercity. Juliana looked at the empty Pompeii City, and her eyes were red. She almost shed tears, but she quickly wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, and her face showed her usual determination. I will definitely come back. Chapter 565. After the Euboea army withdrew from Pompeii City, the Sacred Legion easily occupied the city. Juliana and the others retreated in a hurry, leaving behind a lot of wealth in Pompeii City. However, the Sacred Legion was not tempted by this huge wealth. After a short rest, they quickly went south and continued their pursuit in the direction of Gloom City. At this moment, Gloom City had completely changed. The thick walls had been continuously reinforced and were somewhat white. A curtain of darkness shrouded the city, dimming the light in the sky. Once they entered the city, it was more like a huge fortress. The entire city was heavily guarded. There were sentries every 3 steps, and there were soldiers patrolling at all times. The soldiers were wearing the uniforms of the Scourge Church, with a skull tattooed on their chests. When they saw them, they curiously sized them up. When they saw Ron, their faces showed a respectful expression. They bowed from a distance and left. "They are all students of Calamity Academy." Ron smiled and introduced them. "Gloom City has changed a lot." Looking at everything in Gloom City, Juliana sighed in her heart. Indeed, the defense of Gloom City was much higher than that of Pompeii City. "I don't know why, but once I enter Gloom City, I feel a lot safer." "Follow me." Ron smiled slightly. After having people settle down the Abia army, he led Juliana and the others into the city. Following a cave-like thing, they entered the ground, passed through an underground river, and finally arrived at the Hall of the Dead in the Scourge Church's main altar. This is your Scourge Church's main altar?" Juliana was dumbfounded. "It's actually underground?" "Yes." Ron smiled. This was also inspired by the buildings in Manchester. Living underground is always safer than living on the ground. Juliana looked at the marks on the wall and nodded. "The amount of work is quite large, right?" "It's all done by the church members." Ron smiled. In just over a month, the Scourge Church had gained a lot of followers. They were all necromancers, scattered all over the continent of Noah. They did the most menial work, and were looked down upon everywhere. Here they were treated as equals. Those who had been abandoned by the world, because they had practiced the wrong necromancy magic, came here with pious faith, and contributed to the construction of the Undercity. There were more than 100,000 of them, and the number was still increasing. The Calamity Academy was already overcrowded. Even those who had only learned necromancy magic for a few days were appointed as instructors to teach the newcomers necromancy magic and correct their misconceptions about necromancy magic. "Of course, I still have to thank someone." Ron smiled and waved his hand. "Brother 25, come out." "Greetings, Your Majesty." Fatty Gid walked out from behind Ron and bowed to Juliana with a smile. Juliana looked and smiled. "Hee, I recognize you. You're Lord Carlos' son, right?" "Yes." Fatty smiled. "I didn't expect Your Majesty to still remember me." The two chatted about pornographic novels. After a while, an Abia soldier hurriedly ran to Juliana and whispered a few words in her ear. Ron was talking to Fatty, but he had been paying attention to Juliana's expression. He saw that Juliana's face was first filled with shock, then anger. Juliana was so angry that she gritted her teeth and cursed, "Damn the Holy See, damn it!" "Your Majesty, what's wrong?" Ron asked. He had a feeling that something had happened. As they were talking about Juliana, it turned out that the Abia civilians who had escaped from Pompeii City had been a little slow and had been intercepted by the Holy See's army at the Joseph River. Those priests who believed in Guangming believed that the souls of these people had been tainted by the devil and wanted to purify them. Hearing this news, the Abia cavalry regiment in charge of escorting the civilians immediately went back to rescue them and fought with those people. After Juliana finished speaking, everyone's faces were filled with anger. Kadena said indignantly, "How dare they attack civilians? How abominable! For the Holy See, there's no such thing as civilians or injustice. There's only the difference between believing and not believing. Those who believe in their God are their friends, and those who don't are their enemies." Finance Minister Carlos said coldly, and then his face sank. "These damn bastards! What should we do now?" Lachlan asked, his face showing deep worry. Our army can't fight against them. There's no chance of winning. Juliana didn't answer. There were faint tears in her eyes. The last batch of people who had withdrawn were her most loyal followers, but now, forget it, let them come back. Juliana sighed. Don't pester them anymore. Those civilians, let them go. Everyone's heart was heavy, but they knew that this was the only choice at present. Ron thought quickly, moved his mouth and said, I'll go take a look. What? Everyone froze for a moment. They couldn't believe their ears. Kadena hurriedly said, Ron, you can't leave here. Undercity needs you. Yeah, Ron, why don't I go instead of you? Lin also persuaded. I'll definitely save them for you. Yeah, Ron, there's a more important battle waiting for us. Juliana also persuaded. It's better for you to stay here. The Scourge Church is the guardian of the kingdom of Ebia. The civilians of Ebia are also my people. So, no matter what, I won't sit back and do nothing. Ron smiled, his eyes overflowing with strong confidence. I'll go. It'll be fine. Ron insisted on going. Everyone couldn't persuade him, so they had to compromise. Ron, you must be careful. Before leaving, Juliana reminded him again. If you can't save them, then forget it. Don't put yourself in danger. Don't worry. Ron nodded slightly. Then, a huge bone dragon rose up and flew into the sky. It broke through the fog above Undercity and flew towards the north. Ron, nothing must happen to you. Basara stood in the crowd and silently prayed as she watched Ron's departing figure. Beside the Joseph River there was a sea of blood. Countless corpses were lying in a pool of blood. Judging from their clothes, they were all Ebia civilians. A group of about 5,000 to 6,000 cavalrymen, armed with weapons, were coldly confronting the 300 or so Sacred Legion soldiers. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Behind them, there was a large group of civilians who were trembling in fear. Their faces were pale, and their supplies were scattered all over the ground. Some of them were lying on the ground and crying loudly. The 300 or so Sacred Legion soldiers looked relaxed. They didn't even bat an eyelid in the face of an enemy several times their size. Guangming Law Enforcement Team. This was the name of the team in front of them. They wore white clothes and white armor, and their expressions were cold. They sneered at the pitiful Ebia civilians. They were the hand of God, the masters of death. They were also demons from hell. As the most mysterious group of people in the Holy See, their existence was to bring death to those who didn't believe in God. Do you think you can stop us with just you? At this time, a middle-aged man with a wretched appearance smiled. Let me tell you, if God wants him dead, he won't live. As if sensing the impending danger, the war horses snorted uneasily, and the air was a little suffocating. At this time, a person who seemed to be the commander of the Ebia cavalry regiment took a step forward and sternly shouted, "Release him immediately!" They referred to the soldiers who were captured in the first wave of attack. In order to protect the Ebia civilians behind them, some of them even sacrificed their lives. Are you talking about them? The wretched middle-aged man smiled. With a flick of his finger, more than 10 Ebia soldiers were pushed out. The Ebia soldiers who were captured looked listless. It was obvious that they had been tortured badly. The Ebia commander's face twitched a few times. These soldiers who were captured were their brothers who lived with them day in and day out. None of them felt good when they fell into the hands of the enemy. The wretched middle-aged man chuckled. His laughter was indescribably hair-raising. With a flick of his finger, a spark flew out from his fingertip and landed on the nearest Ebia soldier. Hugh! Look, this is the result of going against God Guangming. The wretched middle-aged man laughed arrogantly. Bastard! Go to hell! Release them! The Ebia soldiers' eyes turned red. They pulled out their weapons and prepared to fight, but they were held back by the commander. Do you want to release them? The wretched middle-aged man laughed. What do you want? The commander calmed down and said coldly. He didn't dare to act rashly. From the battle just now, he could see that although the enemy was few in number, they were terrifyingly strong. So many of them were no match for them. The wretched middle-aged man in front of him hadn't made a move yet, but the commander felt that this wretched middle-aged man was much more terrifying than the others. It's very simple. The wretched middle-aged man smiled. Those who blaspheme against God should die. You, including you. He pointed at the Abia soldiers and the civilians. You should all go to hell. Not a single one should be left alive. As he spoke, the Guangming law enforcement squad revealed a cruel smile. They looked at the people in front of them. In their eyes, these people were no longer people, but corpses. Corpses that could be slaughtered. Balls of light began to condense, and a sharp killing intent filled the air. The aura of an expert filled the entire space. The commander of the Abia cavalry gritted his teeth. Fight. Kill. Following the commander's order, the Abia cavalry began to charge. The sound of iron hooves stomping on the ground made a loud sound. They waved their shiny blades and fiercely slashed at the Guangming law enforcement squad. You overestimate yourselves. The wretched middle-aged man sneered. He grabbed with his hand, and a ray of light instantly appeared. God descends to the world, dispelling all darkness. Listen to the angel's song, may God's light shine on the continent. Obtain a new life in the darkness. The members of the light law enforcement team had solemn expressions on their faces. As they chanted, a bright light was emitted from the members of the light law enforcement team. It was as though they were covered in a layer of light, solemn, holy, and inviolable. Go to hell. Chapter 566. The powerful sabers were mixed with the sharp sound of the wind, and the warriors in white were still motionless. The corners of their mouths were slightly raised, revealing a mocking expression. At this time, it was as if an invisible wall had enveloped them. Following that, the vulgar middle-aged man's body emitted a dazzling light. Boom! With a loud sound, the Abia soldiers' bodies floated up like the wind. For a moment they were in a complete mess. Broken limbs, internal organs, and blood fell to the ground. The light swept across like a blade, and many people were instantly dismembered. Apart from the vulgar middle-aged man, the others did not even make a move. Their expressions were indifferent, as if they were watching a group of insects struggling helplessly. They were defeated. They were defeated in an instant. They were thoroughly defeated. They were like a group of ants trying to shake an elephant. How is this possible? The commander of the Abia cavalry regiment had also been injured in this clash. One of his arms had been cut off and was dripping with blood. He endured the pain and clutched his injured arm as he struggled to stand up. There was a look of shock in his eyes. The enemy's strength was far beyond what he had imagined. "Who are you?" he asked in a deep voice. He felt that the vulgar man in front of him was not simple. Ha! The vulgar middle-aged man sneered. "You are not qualified to ask about my identity." At this time, his eyes flashed with killing intent. A sharp light condensed again, and a huge ball of light was instantly formed. In an instant, everyone's face changed. They saw that the ball of light floating in the sky contained an unparalleled power. The vulgar middle-aged man laughed. His face was ferocious. "Go to hell, lowly insect. The great God will forgive your sins." As soon as his voice fell, the huge ball of light suddenly pressed down. It was as if the sun was descending, bringing with it a terrifying destructive power. It's over. Facing this irresistible power, the Abia people could only think of such a thought. The light shrouded down like a mountain, illuminating the surroundings. It was the light of death. Just when everyone was in despair, suddenly, a cyan cyclone appeared out of nowhere. It fiercely bombarded Olive, who was in the middle of casting a spell. Olive screamed and retreated a few steps. Who the F***ck sneak attacked? It's actually a soul attack, damn it. Just as Olive was about to show off his might, he was ambushed. Shocked and angry, he couldn't help but roar. However, what welcomed him was an extremely cold aura. Boom, 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 a terrifying icy aura descended and formed ice sculptures among the Guangming law enforcement team. Then, those ice sculptures exploded one by one. Blood splattered everywhere, and broken limbs scattered all over the ground. The Guangming law enforcement squad's expression finally changed. They kept buffing themselves with their aura skills, killing Guangming's law enforcement team in an instant. The strength of the person who came was far beyond everyone's imagination. Abiya's people were stunned. They stood there in a daze with disbelief in their eyes. Someone came to save us. Who is it? Look, in the sky. All of the Abiya people knew that someone had saved them. When they looked up at the sky, they were all stunned. It's a guardian. It's the guardian, Lord Ron. Lord Ron came to save us. The one who appeared in the sky was indeed Ron. At this moment, he was proudly standing in the sky with his hands behind his back. His dark eyes were quietly looking down on the ground, as well as the group of white-clothed Sacred Law Enforcement Squad soldiers. As soon as he appeared, he used Death Coil and Frost Nova to bring death to the Guangming Law Enforcement Squad. As long as they were Abiya people, they could basically recognize Ron. His appearance meant that everyone was saved. They all cheered. Ron coldly smiled. With a wave of his black robe, his thin figure slowly descended from the sky. The vulgar middle-aged man frowned. The appearance of the person in front of him gave him a great pressure. From the fact that he could float in the air, he was undoubtedly an expert of the sacred domain. The vulgar middle-aged man took a deep breath and asked, "Who are you, Your Excellency?" Ron didn't answer. He stared at the vulgar middle-aged man and slowly said, "Your Excellency is an expert of the sacred domain. You actually disregarded your status and attacked the weak. Don't you know how shameful it is? Or sad? An expert of the sacred domain?" All of the Abiya people were stunned. They didn't expect that the vulgar middle-aged man in front of them was actually an expert of the sacred domain. If that was the case, they wouldn't feel wronged if they were defeated by an expert of the sacred domain. "That's right," the vulgar middle-aged man slowly said. "I'm the Holy Sea's governor of Guangming, Olive." He coldly stared at Ron, his eyes flashing with killing intent. "If I'm not wrong, Your Excellency should be the guardian of Abiya, known as the greatest heretic in the history of the Noah continent, Necromancer Ron?" "That's right, I'm Ron." Ron straightforwardly admitted his identity. "When I was chased by your Holy See, Ron had nowhere to hide. Unfortunately, I finally stepped into the sacred domain." In other words, Ron paused and pointed the dragonbone staff in his hand. "From today onwards, the Holy See will die. You will definitely walk towards destruction." Ha ha ha! Guangming's Governor Olive laughed wildly. "Ron, what qualifications do you have to fight against our sacred domain expert? I admit that you becoming an expert of the sacred domain is beyond our expectations. But if you want to fight against the entire Holy See, I can only say that you're too naive, is that so?" Ron was not disturbed by Olive's words. He smiled faintly. "You'll have to try to find out." As soon as he finished speaking, wisps of black fog slowly emerged from Ron's body. His aura continued to rise, and his black robe fluttered even though there was no wind. His killing intent slowly condensed. At this moment, the radiant Archon no longer had the arrogance from before. His expression became serious, and with a flash of his hand, a huge shield appeared in his hand. In his right hand there was a weapon that looked like a wind blade, which was neither fish nor fowl. Ron's pupils suddenly shrank. "You're a spellbreaker?" Spellbreakers were an extremely powerful and abnormal profession. They were good at close combat, and their defense was comparable to that of paladins. They were almost immune to magic, and were the natural nemesis of mages. Due to the high requirements of talent for this profession, there were very few of them. The ranks of spellbreakers were the same as mages. They were divided into apprentice spellbreaker, intermediate spellbreaker, mage breaker, great mage breaker, and magic breaker. Among them, the magic breaker's strength had reached the level of the sacred domain. This Olive was a magic breaker. Hee, not bad. Olive smiled faintly. He shook the blade in his hand, making a whooshing sound. Ron, today is the day you die. My existence restrains all magic, including your undead magic. After saying that, he did not waste any more words. With a whoosh, he rushed out. His thin body was like a nimble monkey. He suddenly jumped in front of Ron, and the wind blade in his hand slashed downwards. White bone spear. Ron did not even think. He suddenly threw out the white bone spear. The bone spear was as bright as white jade, and it flashed with a cold light as it shot towards Olive. When the two powerhouses of the sacred domain clashed, the scene was swept up by a gust of wind. The Abia people hurriedly dodged, and even the Guangming enforcers were forced back by the powerful force. Sir, your injury. An Abia soldier supported the cavalry regiment commander who had lost an arm. He wanted to say something, but hesitated. Use this opportunity to evacuate the civilians immediately. It will be too late if we delay any longer. The cavalry regiment commander clutched his severed arm. Blood flowed out continuously, but he still roared, "Don't worry about my injury. Saving people is more important." Yes. Quick, leave everything behind. Saving our lives is more important. The Abia soldiers who could still move immediately went to the side of the frightened civilians and organized them to evacuate. The Guangming enforcers of the Holy See naturally saw this. Some of them tried to stop them, but unfortunately, Ron killed a few of them from a distance. The rest of them did not dare to move. With the strength of the sacred domain, Ron could easily kill those people. Boom! 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 Ron held the white bone spear in his hand and engaged in a fierce battle with Orleaf. Both sides exchanged more than 10 moves in the blink of an eye. Black fog filled the entire space, and powerful soul energy constantly seeped out. Orleaf's body seemed to be covered by a layer of light. His entire person was as dazzling as the sun. His attacks were not powerful, but each of them was extremely methodical. On the other hand, Ron seemed to be somewhat absent-minded. He was at a disadvantage as soon as he exchanged blows with Orleaf. Sir, the Abia civilians have finally evacuated from the Joseph River and reached the other side. They are now safe. Should we evacuate as well? At this time, a soldier reported to the cavalry regiment commander who had lost an arm. He respectfully bowed. Let's evacuate as well. The cavalry regiment commander stood on a small slope and looked deeply in Ron's direction. Lord Protector Ron specially came to save us. We cannot let his efforts go to waste. Seeing Ron fight with Orleaf, the cavalry regiment commander was somewhat moved. However, as a soldier, he carried out his duty well and did not let his emotions get the better of him. Moreover, they could not interfere in a battle between powerhouses of the sacred domain. There was no point in staying here. Yes, sir, the Abia soldier replied. At some point, he had brought over a warhorse and helped the injured cavalry regiment commander onto it. The cavalry regiment commander climbed onto the horse with difficulty and looked deeply at Ron. Then, he slightly bent his waist and bowed. He waved his horsewhip. Let's go. Following the departure of the Abia cavalry regiment, the battle between Ron and Orleaf finally reached its climax. A white light flashed, and within the black fog, a glowing figure appeared. They have already left. Ron, can you finally fight seriously now? Guangming's magistrate Orleaf narrowed his eyes and said with a smile. You let them go on purpose, Ron said. That's right. Olaf nodded and smiled. Those people are as weak as ants. It doesn't make a difference whether we kill them or not. My real target is you, Ron. As long as I can kill you, everything will be over. Orleaf revealed a sinister smile, his eyes filled with killing intent. Chapter 567. Killing intent gradually condensed in the air. Ron and Orleaf coldly stared at each other, unable to suppress the killing intent in their eyes. "Kill him," Orleaf ordered, pointing the wind blade in his hand forward. At this moment, the Guangming enforcers moved. The archmages with dark gold weapons, Guangming priests, crossbowmen, and other ranged professions rained down attacks on Ron. The honorary knights raised their shields high, and a defensive halo enveloped the entire team. The Guangming enforcers were a single entity. Even the experts of the sacred domain would find their attacks troublesome. Ron also noticed that apart from the paladins, priests, swordsmen, assassins, and other professions, the Guangming enforcers were mostly spellbreakers like Orleaf. Those special professions that wielded large wind blades and were covered in iron armor gave Ron an extremely dangerous feeling. The spellbreaker profession was extremely rare. It required a lot of talent and it was not easy to train. Who knew how the Holy See had secretly trained so many spellbreakers? White Bone Shield. Ron did not dare to be careless. He softly chanted an incantation, and a large white bone shield appeared in front of him, blocking the ranged attacks of the Guangming enforcers that rained down like rain. "Souls slumbering in hell, accept my call and become my servant." At this moment, Ron began to chant in a low voice. He raised the dragon bone staff in his hand, and soul power covered his entire body. His black robe fluttered without wind, as if a great magician was casting a spell. His expression was indescribably holy and solemn, and his power was incomparably mysterious and powerful. Ka. There was a commotion on the ground. The black soil was overturned, and countless undead creatures drilled out from the ground. Among them were skeletal warriors, and skeletal archmages. Under Ron's control, these undead creatures were like an army that had received an order, and they madly pounced on Orleaf and the Guangming enforcers. "Be careful, he's summoning something." "Damn it, necromancers are indeed evil heretics. Kill them." Guangming's enforcers roared angrily. They immediately switched targets and fired long-range spells and crossbows at the undead creatures. Boom, 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 beside the River of Joseph, a fierce battle broke out. This time, it was a battle between the Guangming law enforcement team and the undead creatures. Under the full force of the Guangming law enforcement team, the undead creatures turned into clouds of black smoke and disappeared. Ron frowned slightly. At this time, he clearly saw that the divine power of the Guangming law enforcement team had a restraining effect on the undead creatures. When the same attack hit the skeletons, the attack without divine power could only injure the skeletons, but the attack with divine power could make the skeletons disappear. Bloodthirsty frenzy. Ron was left with no other choice. He waved his dragon bone staff and cast a group buff spell. Red dots of light appeared in the air, and in an instant, the strength of the undead army rose by a level. The eyes of the skeletons turned red. Their strength, attack, and defense greatly increased. They seemed to have gone crazy as they fiercely pounced at the Guangming law enforcement team. Fierce killing intent covered half the sky. Ron couldn't help but sneer. The strength of the skeletons had greatly increased with the buff of the bloodthirsty frenzy. Relying on their outstanding numbers, they were evenly matched with the Guangming law enforcement team. At this time, Olive moved. He spun the wind blade in his hand while his other hand held a large shield to protect his body. He charged at Ron like a heavy infantry, the wind blade in his hand ruthlessly chopping down. Mist concealment spell. Ron had been paying attention to him for a long time. Seeing this, he coldly snorted and his body turned into a cloud of smoke, instantly leaving the place. Ever since he became a Grand Magus Necromancer, his casting speed and reaction speed had increased by more than 10 times. Damn it! Olive's attack missed and his heart was filled with hatred. At this time, he saw Ron appear in the middle of the undead army. He frowned and a plan formed in his mind. Ron's pornographic novel. His figure was hidden in the middle of the undead creatures, concentrating on dealing with Olive's attack. He wouldn't lower his guard against the legendary spellbreaker. At this time, something unexpected happened. With a whoosh, a wind blew behind Ron's head. He saw a skeleton hero suddenly turn around and attack Ron. What? Impossible! Facing the skeleton's sudden attack, Ron jumped in fright. Fortunately, his reaction was fast and he leaned back to dodge the attack. That skeleton hero's axe brushed past his body. If he had reacted a bit later, he would have been split in half by the heavy axe. What's going on? The skeletons I summoned are actually rebelling? Attacking their own master? Although he was lucky enough to escape, Ron was still in a state of shock. The reality in front of his eyes far surpassed his understanding. At this time, the skeletons around him turned their heads. There were about 10 of them, and their gazes were filled with hostility as they coldly stared at him, making Ron's hair stand on end. They can't be right? Ron was flabbergasted. Looking at those skeletons, they seemed to have a strange consciousness. He felt that his soul connection with those skeletons had been severed. Sure enough, those skeletons let out strange cries and waved their weapons, attacking Ron. Fuck! Ron cursed bitterly in his heart. At the same time, he immediately dodged. The spells of the skeleton magisters had already arrived. Boom! 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 Countless spells exploded, and everywhere Ron went turned into ruins. No matter where Ron escaped, the skeleton archmage's spells would arrive in an instant, beating Ron into a sorry state. He finally tasted the feeling of being attacked by the undead he summoned. Hee, Ron, how does it feel to be attacked by the undead you summoned? Isn't it very satisfying? Orleaf laughed happily. So it was all your doing. Ron finally understood and gnashed his teeth in anger. This method of controlling the other party's summoned creatures was too sinister. That's right. This is the unique skill of the Magi Breaker, control. As long as it's a summoned creature, the Magi Breaker can control it and cause it to bite back. Olaf said proudly. But I've never tried using it on an undead creature. I didn't expect it to work. Damn it! Ron cursed in his heart. As more and more undead creatures were controlled by Orleaf, his situation became more and more difficult. With no other choice, he could only control his own undead creatures to fight against the rebellious undead creatures. White Bone Soul. The situation was getting worse and worse for Ron. At this time, Ron let out a loud shout and grabbed the dragon bone staff with his hand. A white light was forcibly pulled out of the dragon bone staff and kept pulsing in his palm. White Bone Soul. A powerful single-target soul attack type undead magic. It was incomparably powerful. Those who were hit would lose their ability to fight and turn into idiot. Go to hell. Ron's face was sinister. The white bone soul in his hand was like a snake as it attacked Orleaf. Since the summoned undead creatures were being controlled, then what about the soul attack? Facing such a powerful soul attack, Orleaf didn't panic. He coldly smiled and waved the wind blade in his hand, releasing a strange light from his hand. Magic backlash. The strange light instantly blasted the bone soul into 2 halves. However, the moment the bone soul was destroyed, Ron's body felt as if it had been struck by lightning. He only felt a piercing pain in his soul and a sweet taste in his throat. With a "pu" sound, he spat out a mouthful of blood. You! Ron was already injured. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were wide open as he looked at Orleaf in disbelief. Haha, it's useless. We spellbreakers are the nemesis of all magic. As long as you're a mage, you won't be able to escape the fate of being restrained by spellbreakers. Your undead magic is also a type of magic. Victory was in Orleaf's grasp. He laughed loudly. Whether it's a single target attack or a summon, you won't be able to hurt me. Indeed, having a strong immunity to magic, coupled with magic recoil and control had offset most of the mage's advantages. All the mages in front of the spellbreaker were like mice trying to pull a turtle. Of course, the spellbreaker also had weaknesses. His weakness was that his attack power was not strong and he lacked powerful offensive combat skills. However, when facing a mage who had lost the advantage of magic, just relying on a spinning wind blade was enough to deal with him. Control all the undead creatures. Kill those that can't be controlled. At this time, Orleaf smiled and gave the order. The spellbreakers in Guangming's law enforcement team understood and used the control skill one after another. At this time, Ron saw clearly that a beam of dark red light smashed into the skull, and the skull stopped moving. Its eyes flickered as if it was having a fierce battle with the invading consciousness. Soon, it announced that it had fallen. As more and more undead creatures were controlled by the spellbreakers, the resistance that Ron had summoned had been wiped out. At this moment, Orleaf and the Guangming law enforcement team had firmly surrounded Ron. Beside them, a large number of skeletons stood with weapons in their hands, blocking Ron's escape route. Ron knew that these skeletons had been controlled by Orleaf and the Guangming law enforcement team. They had cut off his soul connection with the skeletons and replaced them with their consciousness, turning them into his enemies. For a moment, the situation was extremely bad. Ron had also encountered the greatest danger since he became a powerhouse of the sacred domain. Orleaf took a step forward and said coldly, "Ron, accept your fate. In front of spellbreakers, no magic profession has the ability to fight back. You are the same, damn it. Is there really no way to deal with them?" Ron's mind spun quickly, but no matter how he thought, he could not think of a way to deal with it. The talent of spellbreakers was too terrifying. It seems that I can only leave now. I'll go back and slowly think of a way to deal with it, Ron thought as he slowly moved back. However, this move was seen through by Orleaf. He smiled. "Don't think about escaping, it's useless. We spellbreakers also have a spatial imprisonment skill. This skill is specially used to restrain the teleportation of mages. Ron, it's a waste of effort for you to escape." "What?" Ron was stunned. At this time, he felt the space around him move as if it was sealed by something. His mist concealment could not be used at all. "This is bad." Ron cried out in his heart. His heart sank to the bottom of the valley. At this time, Orleaf moved. He suddenly raised the huge wind blade in his hand and spun it like a windmill. A sinister smile appeared on his face. "Die." Chapter 568. Ron rolled on the ground, dodging the wind blade. Orleaf chuckled. "It's no use, Ron. You won't be able to escape death no matter how hard you try." Ron crawled up from the ground, battered and exhausted, his eyes staring at Orleaf like a hungry wolf. In the face of danger, he actually calmed down. Mage breakers are truly terrifying. Whether it's magic or summon creatures, I'm no match for them. What should I do? If it was any other class, Ron would already be dead. However, mage breakers didn't have high attack power. Even mage breakers from the sacred domain were the same. They only had wind blades and a few limited skills, so Ron could still stand there unscathed. However, as the encirclement gradually shrank, Ron's range of movement gradually decreased. Orleaf had a sinister smile on his face as he approached step by step. At this time, Ron's heart skipped a beat. "I got it. Why don't I try using curse magic?" Just as Orleaf raised his wind blade with a sinister smile, Ron made his move. Dark Spirit Vision. Ron waved the dragonbone staff in his hand, and a green light instantly spread out. This light turned into countless specks of light that fell on everyone's heads and bodies like pollen. These specks of light were extremely small and couldn't be seen with the naked eye. The specks of light quickly spread out like a plague, and no one was aware that they had been hit. In an instant, everyone felt their vision darken. "Not good. I can't see anything. What's going on?" My eyes. Weak spirit vision quickly took effect, and the Guangming enforcers were thrown into chaos. They shouted in panic, threw down their weapons, and rubbed their eyes with all their might. However, it was no use. They still couldn't see. Ron was delighted. It's really effective. Curse magic was the most mysterious power of necromancy. It wasn't a magic, nor was it an attack. It was something similar to an illusion. Through deceiving the target's vision, touch, feeling, and strong psychological suggestion, various effects of curses could be achieved. For example, when the target himself believed that he really couldn't see anything clearly, then he really couldn't see anything. As an expert of the sacred domain, Orleaf was unavoidably affected. Even though his willpower was much stronger than an ordinary person's, he felt as if a layer of black fog had covered his eyes. He did not completely lose his sight, but his vision was greatly reduced. "Don't panic, don't panic," Olive ordered loudly. Orleaf's words did not have any effect. Not everyone could adapt to the sudden loss of sight. Panic was a very normal reaction. Olive quickly calmed down. He looked at Ron and felt that Ron's figure was gradually becoming blurry. He seemed to understand something and said in a deep voice, "Is this your doing? Not bad." Seeing that the curse technique had taken effect, Ron's spirits were lifted. "Crooked path, Ron, you are indeed a heretic." Facing this mysterious attack, Olive couldn't think of a way to deal with it. He tried all kinds of methods, but he couldn't get rid of this effect. Ron smiled. "Olive, how about you take a look at this?" After saying that, Ron lightly waved his staff and chanted. His left hand formed a claw and a strange aura filled the entire space. Ron's aura changed and the entire space became bright. The curse technique, Dark Spirit Vision, disappeared and was replaced by another curse technique. This curse technique was weaken. In an instant, everyone's eyes saw something. Before they could rejoice for long, a terrifying thing happened. They saw that their physical strength was rapidly draining away. Their entire bodies became limp, and they couldn't even stand properly. "Not good, why did I become like this? My power is gone. It's Ron's doing, he used an evil spell. Devil, he's a devil." The members of Guangming's enforcers came back to their senses. They stared at Ron with fear in their eyes. To them, this mysterious undead magic was too terrifying. Undead calamity. Ron took a deep breath and took this opportunity to counterattack. Countless undead creatures were summoned at once. In an instant, a dense swarm of undead creatures appeared in front of everyone. They roared and brandished their weapons as they charged toward Guangming's enforcers. The strength of Guangming's enforcers was greatly reduced. They only resisted for a while before collapsing. They wanted to control the undead creatures that were summoned, but unfortunately, their strength was reduced and they were unable to do so. Every time they used control, it consumed a lot of energy. The powerful abyssal dragon bone was also summoned by Ron. Wherever it went, it brought death. Countless enforcers were burned alive by the black flames spewed out by the bone dragon. Ron hid among the skeletons. His body was faintly discernible like mist. The bone spear in his hand was constantly thrusting. Every attack would take the life of a Guangming's enforcers. Their strength had been reduced to half, so they were naturally no match for Ron. "Steady, steady." Orleaf was horrified. To them, this kind of terrifying attack was simply unheard of. It forcefully weakened the enemy's strength. How could they fight? Bang! Ron's bone spear ruthlessly pierced the chest of a Guangming's enforcers. That guy clutched his chest as blood dyed his white robe red. His eyes were filled with intense unwillingness as his heavy body slowly collapsed. In the chaotic crowd, Ron saw Orleaf. He faintly smiled and strode over with the bone spear, dripping with blood. Orleaf also saw Ron. He coldly snorted, and the wind blade in his hand began to spin like a windmill. Pornographic novel boom. The two fiercely clashed. Orleaf's body staggered back a few steps, his eyes filled with disbelief. His strength had been greatly reduced. Although he was not affected as much as the others, he had still lost a third of his strength. The other Guangming's enforcers had lost more than half of their strength. Although it was only a third, facing Ron, who was also a sacred domain expert, this third was enough to be fatal. Tell me, what did you do? Orleaf took a deep breath and stared at Ron. Ron faintly smiled. It's nothing. You've all been cursed by me. The legendary curse technique? Orleaf was shocked. His eyes widened. Does such a thing really exist? Ron did not answer. He seized the opportunity to attack, causing the weakened Orleaf to panic. Run! Someone shouted. The Guangming's enforcers scattered in all directions in fear. Everything that was happening in front of them was far beyond their imagination. Want to run? Not a chance. Ron coldly laughed. He waved the dragon bone staff and commanded the undead army to surround the few hundred Guangming's enforcers. Not good, we've been surrounded. The Guangming's enforcers finally knew what Ron wanted to do. He wanted to kill everyone, not leaving a single one alive. Orleaf was a little anxious. The Holy Sea's Guangming's enforcers were the elites of the elite. They were secretly selected from the ground and trained from a young age to reach their current scale. Although there were only 300 of them, their combat power was comparable to an army. The most frightening thing was that this profession was the nemesis of all magicians. They carried out assassinations and missions to arrest heretics and non-believers. Every enforcer had several lives on their hands. They were the Holy Sea's knives that killed without spilling blood. In order to eliminate the Scourge Church, they were sent out with the approval of His Majesty the Pope. But who would have thought that hundreds of years of hard work would be buried here in one day? Orleaf's cold sweat flowed down. Orleaf led the Guangming's enforcers to charge left and right, but they could not break out of the encirclement. The undead creatures were continuously summoned, surrounding the Guangming's enforcers like an iron bucket. Ron, are you really going to kill us all? Orleaf shouted loudly, his eyes filled with despair. The Guangming's enforcers were the painstaking efforts of the Holy See. They had spent countless resources and energy to cultivate them. If they died here, even Orleaf could not bear the responsibility. Hee, what do you think? Ron smiled coldly. He did not waste any more words with Orleaf. The robe on his body moved without any wind, and his body slowly rose. Powerful soul energy filled the entire sky, blocking the sunlight and darkening the sky. If he did not kill the snake, there would be endless trouble in the future. Ron would not let go of this opportunity to turn the tables. Ron's eyes turned green. He raised the dragon bone staff high, and a shocking aura pressed down. Death decay. The earth shook and a large crack appeared in the ground. Countless amounts of death energy erupted from the ground. The death energy had a strong corrosive nature, and could decompose all matter. Not good, my hand. My hand is gone. Save me, I don't want to die. No one could escape the attack range of death withering. Facing such a powerful and terrifying attack, endless despair rose in their hearts. They were like flowers that were about to wither, carrying all kinds of unwillingness to part with the mortal world as they slowly fell to the ground. Boom! The intense black light shone through the sky, causing even the sun to lose its luster. Beside the Joseph River, the water had almost completely evaporated. The grass, stones, and corpses on the ground had all been devoured by the power of death. Ron finally withdrew his power and slowly landed. Looking at the mess in front of him, Ron could not help but frown. Damn it, he still escaped. The one who escaped was Orleaf. He was no match for Ron, but escaping was not a problem. After all, he was still a sacred domain powerhouse. However, other than Orleaf, the other members of the Guangming enforcers were not so lucky. They were surrounded by undead creatures, and then all of them were killed by death decay. They were truly wiped out. From now on, there would be no more such frightening enforcers in the world. This terrifying army stained with the blood of rebels was swept into the trash heap of history by Ron. Although the ending was not perfect, Ron could only accept it. He originally wanted to kill Orleaf as well. There were not many opportunities to kill a sacred domain powerhouse of the Holy See. Orleaf's death would definitely be a heavy blow to the Holy See. Chapter 569. What did you say? Guangming's law enforcement team was completely wiped out? In a simple and crude camp, an angry old man grabbed Olive by the collar and lifted him up like a little chick. In the Hall of Judgment, Guangming's Grand Judge, Nord, heard the news and immediately flew into a rage. Olive, what the hell are you doing? Do you know how big of a crime you've committed? My lord, I have no choice. Orleaf had a long face as he recounted the entire story of his encounter with Ron. After listening to Olive's report, Nord's expression improved. He snorted coldly and let go of Olive's collar. Olive touched his neck with lingering fear. Grand Judge Nord was extraordinarily powerful when he was angry. He was in existence second only to His Majesty the Pope. Nord was rather helpless about Olive's actions. Olive was one of his right-hand men, and he could not bear to be too harsh on him. The Holy See was also filled with open strife and veiled strife. Olive and Nord were from the same faction, so Nord would naturally protect him. The matter of this holy war was also handled by Grand Judge Nord. Their mission was to kill Ron, eliminate necromancers, and cleanse the world of all evil. As for attacking the kingdom of Ebbia, it was also incidental. After all, they were in cahoots with evil forces. Nord took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He said slowly, Guangming's law enforcement team is one of the law enforcement forces created by the Holy See. They have a special position in the Holy See. Sir Olive, this matter is too big and I can't help you. I can only report it to the Holy See. You can explain it to His Majesty yourself. Nord purposely emphasized the word, sir, to show that he was drawing a line between himself and Olive. When Olive heard this, he was frightened and said hurriedly, this, sir, you can't leave me alone. Grand Judge Nord glanced at him. Seeing that it was about time, he said slowly, it's not like there's no way to smoothly resolve this matter. What method? A glimmer of hope appeared in Olive's eyes. Nord slowly raised his head, his white hair fluttering in the wind. Even though he was old, his body was still tall and sturdy. Attack Manchester, kill Ron, and exterminate the necromancers. This is the only way to atone for your crimes and lessen your responsibility. The wind carried a salty smell, and the clouds in the sky surged uneasily, as if they were foreseeing the arrival of a war. On the ground, rows of people in white clothes and white armor were lined up in a row. It was as if a densely packed army had descended. The air was filled with an austere aura. The army of the Holy See had finally arrived. Dark City was shrouded in dark clouds. As one of the defensive measures, the canopy of undead had already been activated. Dark fog filled the sky, making it hard to see the layout of the city clearly. In Dark City, countless eyes were looking at the battlefield. They were the Ebbia army that had retreated to Dark City. They were lying in ambush in Dark City's city walls and under the houses. Their faces were filled with uneasiness. On the high city walls, the 4 sacred domain warriors, Ron, Lin, Kay, and Corbett, stood in a row like a rock in front. Behind them were Kadena, Shea, Juliana, and Catherine. As for people like Becerra and Rainey who didn't have any combat power, they had already arranged places to go. The 4 sacred domain warriors looked solemn. The strength of the Holy See army in front of them was far beyond their expectations. The situation doesn't look good. After a long time, Corbett sighed slowly. The opponent's strength is much stronger than we expected. How many sacred domain warriors do they have? Ron frowned and asked. 5. They have one more than us. Corbett glanced at Ron and said, Almost half of the Holy Sea's strength has appeared. Ron, it seems like they value you quite a lot. There are only 5 of them? If that's the case, it doesn't seem like a big problem, Ron murmured. In terms of the number of Sacred Domain warriors, Dark City wasn't at a huge disadvantage. Besides, Ron still had a trick up his sleeve. Ron gently pinched the sorcerer's stone in his arms, and an imperceptible smile appeared on Ron's face. Although there are only 5 of them, they are all powerful Sacred Domain warriors, Corbett said in a low voice. Don't forget, there are still more than 60,000 Sacred Domain warriors. Even if the 4 of us can stop the 5 Sacred Domain warriors, we will still fail if the Holy Sea army enters Dark City. Then why don't we just kill those Sacred Domain warriors first? Kay sneered. She clenched her fists, making cracking sounds. As long as we kill the Sacred Domain warriors, the remaining pawns won't be a problem. When everyone heard this, they glanced at Kay, thinking that it wouldn't be that easy. The Sacred Domain warriors on the battlefield were terrifyingly silent. They knelt down and drew a cross in front of their chests. It seemed like they were praying. That's right, they were praying right in front of the hundreds of thousands of Dark City soldiers on the battlefield. What are they doing? An Abia general couldn't help but ask. They are praying. No one answered him. Only Lachlan, who was standing next to him, answered the question. Praying? Are they praying to their god? The general's eyes lit up. This is a good opportunity. They are now in a state of carelessness. As long as our cavalry unit attacks, they will definitely be caught off guard. At that time, we can defeat them all at once, the general said excitedly. But after a while, he didn't get any response. Everyone looked solemn, as if they didn't hear what he said. What's wrong? You don't seem very happy? The general was stunned. He scratched his head with a blank face. It's no use. Juliana, who had been silent all this time, shook her head and sighed. They are not an ordinary army. Juliana was right. The Holy Army in front of them was not an ordinary army. Although they were few in number, they were very powerful. They had more than 40,000 senior professionals, more than 10,000 master professionals, more than 2,000 master professionals, and 5 Sacred Domain professionals. Even if 100,000 Ebian rebels rushed out, it would be a tragedy. After seeing the true strength of the Holy See in front of her, Juliana realized that her decision to establish an independent country was very foolish. The reason why the rebels were able to survive in the Abia province was because they didn't receive the attention of the Holy See. Now, it seemed that the Holy See only needed to use 1/10 of their strength to eliminate the Ebian rebels. Manchester had already fallen. Juliana had mixed feelings about Ron. She was grateful that Ron had become her protector and protected her in establishing the kingdom of Ebia. However, because of his special identity and profession, he was destined to be an enemy of the Holy See and bring disaster to himself. But if it weren't for him, who would dare to go against the Holy See? Juliana was very conflicted. She sighed and thought that it was useless to think so much now. She could only act according to the circumstances. There were indeed 5 Sacred Domain professionals in the Holy Army that launched the Holy War. They were Judge Guangming Nord of the Hall of Judgment, Judge Ivan of the Hall of Judgment, Commander of the Holy Knights of the Hall of Honor, Priest Imina of the Hall of Redemption, and the new Sacred Domain professional, Holy Archer Higman. He didn't hold any position in the Holy See. This time, he was eager to perform. Basically, except for His Majesty Pope and a few others, the main force of the Holy See was basically here. In the Hall of Judgment, Judge Guangming Nord was kneeling on the ground with his eyes closed. His hands were constantly making the sign of the cross, and his mouth was constantly praying. It was as if he was atoning to the gods and washing away the sins on his body. The whole battlefield was silent. After a long time, Nord finally ended his prayer. He opened his eyes, stood up, and said in a deep voice, "It's about time. Ivan, Boulder, Imina, and Higman stood up one by one. Their eyes were shining. It was obvious that the time for the battle had finally come. Is it starting? Ivan smiled with his hands behind his back. It's a battle worth looking forward to. It's been a long time since the Holy See made such a big move. Leave Ron to me. This time, I definitely won't let him escape. Imena's eyes were filled with coldness. She was filled with bone-deep hatred for Ron. Higman's eyes were brimming with strong confidence. I believe. Guangming can purify everything. These heretics can't be allowed to live in this world. The Holy See army moved. The army soldiers in white stood up from the ground. Under the orders of several sacred domain experts, they took out their weapons from their space bags. In an instant, a powerful killing intent filled the entire space and filled the entire battlefield. In Undercity, everyone's hearts tightened. The army soldiers were expressionless. In an instant, all kinds of lights lit up on the battlefield. Everyone on Undercity's wall saw this and their expressions changed. An Abia army commander exclaimed, They're casting all kinds of buffs. In the Holy See army, a large number of Guangming priests and great Guangming priests began casting all kinds of buffs. These buffs could increase the combat strength of the target, such as strength blessing, attack enhancement, holy defense, and so on. At the same time, the paladins in the army activated their auras, such as attack aura, defense aura, bramble aura, and so on. With these buffs, the army's strength increased by more than one level. Ron's expression sank. Everyone, get ready. They're about to attack. Sure enough, that wasn't the case. As soon as Ron's voice fell, a powerful light shone from the army and rose into the sky. It was especially bright in the gloomy sky. The light seemed to possess a shocking power. For a moment, the eyes of all the Holy See soldiers lit up. Guangming's holy word dealt double damage to demons and undead on the battlefield. This was a sacred domain-level Guangming spell. Its caster was no doubt the priest Imina. At the same time, this was the signal for the Holy See army to attack. Chapter 570. Kill! Kill them all! Kill these blasphemers! The Sacred Legion roared and marched forward in unison, charging towards Undercity. Disperse! A Guangming priest cast the spell Disperse, opening a gap in the canopy of undead. The battle to defend Undercity had officially begun. They're here. Ron tried his best to suppress the nervousness in his heart. He took a deep breath and said, Get ready to defend. Juliana said in a deep voice. Although they had mentally prepared themselves, the people of Undercity were still shocked by the true strength of the Sacred Army. Jump! An honorary knight leapt onto the 10-meter-tall city wall. His body flashed with various kinds of light as he raised his heavy scepter and smashed it down on the head of an Abia soldier. The Abia soldier screamed as his brain was splattered, and he died on the spot. He's here. Kill him! The appearance of the sacred knight angered the Abia soldiers. They roared and charged at him with weapons in their hands. These weak Abia soldiers came from poor families and tried their best to defend their homeland. You're overestimating yourself. The honorary knight sneered as he raised his scepter, and a powerful light descended from the sky. Sacred light. Boom! With a loud bang, the area around 10 meters around the honorary knight was enveloped in a strong light. Wherever the light went, the Ethiopian soldiers were sent flying. Some of their bodies were blasted in two and fell to the ground, but they didn't die immediately. Their screams echoed throughout the battlefield. For a moment, the area around the honorary knight was swept clean as if a gust of wind had swept past. The surrounding Abia soldiers were terrified and didn't dare to approach. Master-level experts were far stronger than ordinary people. As more and more experts leapt onto the city wall, the Sacred Army's advantage began to increase. The ordinary Abia soldiers who were only at the novice level couldn't resist at all and retreated like the tide. Above the Undercity, the people who saw this scene had solemn expressions. The situation was far worse than they had imagined. Ron stared intently at the battle below the city wall and said in a deep voice, "It seems that we have to take action. Otherwise, we won't be able to resist the attack of the Sacred Legion." Lynn, Kay, Corbett, and Juliana nodded silently. "Ha ha! Awesome! These people are pitifully weak." The first honorary knight to reach the top of the city wall laughed maniacally. With the scepter in his hand, he slaughtered like a tiger in a flock of sheep. Every time he waved his scepter, he would take the life of an Abia soldier. In his eyes, the resistance of the Abia soldiers was negligible. Their dochi couldn't even break through his defense. On the battlefield at the top of the city walls, the honorary knight was like a war god that had descended to the mortal world. Fresh blood stained his white armor. This was the blood of his enemies. His face was ferocious, and the halos around his body intertwined. For a moment, he was invincible, and the Abia soldiers were slaughtered like sheep. Kill! 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 Just when this master honorary knight was in the midst of his killing spree, he saw a strange movement in the corner of his eyes. He saw a gray figure rushing towards him at lightning speed. "Haha, there's actually someone who dares to take the initiative to attack?" The honorary knight sneered. He didn't dodge, and instead raised his scepter to meet the attack. The speed of the incoming person was very fast. A huge fist became bigger and bigger in his eyes, and the fist was shining with a golden light. "HM?" The honorary knight felt somewhat uneasy. He faintly felt a strong sense of danger from the opponent's aura. In an instant, his mouth was wide open. Boom! The huge fist bombarded the honorary knight. He only felt a huge force pass through him, and only heard a "kacha" sound. The crisp sound of bones breaking was particularly loud. The honorary knight's body flew like a kite with a broken string, and heavily hit the city wall. He broke through 3 walls before falling down. The Sacred Legion was stunned. Who was this person? How could he be so powerful that he could send a master honorary knight flying with a single punch? The honorary knight's sternum was broken, and he struggled to get up. He looked at the youth in front of him, and his eyes flashed with a look of disbelief. "Who are you in the end?" With just one punch, the honorary knight was seriously injured. The defensive halo and divine blessing on his body were useless in front of this youth. The youth didn't answer. His face was full of coldness. His knuckles made a "ka-ka" sound, and his fist flashed with a golden light. He approached step by step. Great self-healing. The honorary knight didn't dare to be negligent. He immediately used great self-healing. With a milky white light, his injuries were quickly healed. Unlike the priest's healing, the paladin's self-healing could also heal injuries, but it could only be used on himself. It couldn't heal others. This was also the terrifying part of the paladin profession. Their defense was strong and they couldn't be killed repeatedly. In a one-on-one situation, the paladin didn't lose to any profession. When the honorary knight healed his injuries and was ready to fight again, he suddenly froze. He saw a huge beast 3 meters tall, weighing several tons, standing in front of him. Its golden hair was shining under the sun. Beaumont, the honorary knight's heart suddenly stopped beating. His face was pale with fright. If it was hell below the city wall, he would jump down without hesitation. It was better than facing this terrible magic beast. Kay's eyes turned blood red, shining with the light of killing. He stretched out his huge hand and pinched the honorary knight in the air like a chicken. "Let me go, let me go!" The honorary knight kept struggling, his eyes flashing with intense fear. "Roar!" Kay roared and threw the honorary knight like a ball. Then he suddenly punched, and the fist was shining with a golden light. The fist flashed, and the honorary knight's body exploded like an explosion. Blood, broken limbs, and intestines were all over the ground. Not even bones were left. 2 punches. Just 2 punches were enough to kill a master-level powerhouse. There were no tricks involved. There was only raw power and great power. Beaumont actually came. How is this possible? Undercity actually invited the Beaumont clan? In the face of Kay's peerless ferocity, the surrounding Sacred Legion experts retreated, fearing that they would face this terrible Beaumont. In the Noah continent, the Beaumont clan's reputation was second only to the dragons. Except for the wyverns in the air, they were not afraid of any magic beast on land. Even the powerful dragons could not escape the fate of defeat on the ground. Kai didn't care if those fellows were afraid or not. He unleashed his ferocious might and killed several more people in an instant. In the Sacred Legion, whether it was a master or a master, they simply weren't his match. On the other side of the city wall, the undead army occupied half of the city wall, facing off against the powerful Sacred Army. Countless rays of light lit up within the Sacred Army, and as the light shone, the undead creatures were reduced to ashes. A powerful terror knight rode a huge bone horse and whizzed past. The long saber in his hand slashed down, and the head of a Sacred Legion soldier flew into the air. The skeleton warriors cried out, bravely blocking the front with their huge shields. The magisters behind them constantly bombarded the Sacred Legion, making them cry for their parents and retreat in defeat. The Sacred Legion sang hymns, praising the god Guangming. At the same time, as if hypnotized, the light on their bodies became brighter and brighter. Facing the massive undead army, they fought to the death without retreating. In my name, purify all the darkness in the world, a Guangming priest shouted. He raised his scepter high, and wherever the light went, the undead creatures were turned into ashes. Suddenly, the radiant priest felt a sharp pain in his body. His eyes widened as he struggled to turn his head around. He wanted to see who had ambushed him, but there was nothing behind him. There was nothing there. What the hell is going on? The Guangming priest's eyes were filled with unwillingness, confusion. His body slowly fell down. A black fog condensed, gradually revealing a figure. It was Ron. He was hiding in the undead army, waiting for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. The sneak attack was successful, and he killed a Guangming priest. Ron's eyes didn't show any joy, but deep worry. The Sacred Legion was really too powerful. Even if he personally took action, he wouldn't be able to gain too much of an advantage. Ron quietly observed the surroundings. Lin and Corbett also joined the battle. Lin had already transformed into the 1,000 illusion ice wolf. Her water magic was superb, and she was like a powerful water Saint Magus. She summoned powerful water elements, and a dozen ordinary people couldn't get close to her. The aqua-blue sword Saint Corbett was even simpler. With his sacred domain strength, he was like a tiger that had grown wings with a sacred sword. Corpses had already fallen around him. These corpses were wearing white clothes and white armor, and many of them were killed with a single strike. Kadena and Shea also joined the battle. Shea was powerful, and she easily moved through the crowd. She cooperated with the lightning of the unicorn and quickly gained the upper hand. Kadena was a bit weaker, and she could only protect herself by following Shea. She cast magic to protect Shea. Surprisingly, as the Queen of Ebia, Juliana also joined the battle. She wasn't weak either, and her fire magic was madly bombarded. Ron secretly nodded. At this time, his gaze was cast into the distance. In the distance, several powerful spiritual senses were motionless. He knew that the Sacred Legion's main force had yet to appear, and the real battle had yet to begin. In the distance, Guangming Chief Judge Nord, Guangming Chief Judge Ivan, Sacred Knight Leader Boulder, Holy Priest Imena, and Holy Archer Higman were watching the fierce battle on the city wall with solemn expressions. This was because they saw 2 magic beasts. The appearance of these two magic beasts made them have no choice but to pay attention. There are actually 4 sacred domain experts. Even the Beaumont and the Thousand Illusion Ice Wolf have joined Gloom City. What is going on? Guangming Chief Judge Nord asked. The Thousand Illusion Ice Wolf is fine, but Beaumont. Emaina bit her lips. The Beaumont clan and Ron's pornographic novel. Didn't they have a conflict? Why would they help him? That Beaumont, I saw him once in the Shearing Wind Plains. Boulder said, at that time I was also very puzzled. Why would the powerful Beaumont clan mix with the heretic Ron? It's not important to talk about this now. Guangming Chief Judge Ivan said, the important thing is our choice. Several hall masters glanced at each other, and a trace of hesitation flashed in their eyes. They understood in their hearts, what did it mean to fight? Fighting against the Beaumont clan wasn't a good thing, even though Haoqin wasn't in the Noah continent. Nord took a deep breath, as if he had made some kind of decision. Partners, don't forget that the order we received from His Majesty Pope was… Nord slowly glanced at everyone, and his gaze swept across them one by one as he slowly said. Chapter 571. Ron, D. Lin, Kay, and Corbett, the 4 powerhouses of the sacred domain, displayed their might. The situation on the city wall was gradually under control. At this moment, a terrifying aura erupted like a mountain and filled the entire battlefield. The air was filled with the smell of gunpowder. An oppressive aura broke through the sky, causing people to feel suffocated. They're finally here. Ron, D. Lin, Kay, and Corbett all looked at the distant sky, their fighting spirit burning in their hearts. This would be the highlight of the entire war. The battle between the powerhouses of the sacred domain was about to begin. The battle between them would determine the outcome of the war and the direction of fate. In the sky, Nord, Ivan, Boulder, Imina, and Higman were floating in the air, coldly looking down at the Undercity. Their white robes fluttered in the wind, emitting a solemn and holy light, as if they were gods descending from the heavens. It's the powerhouses of the sacred domain. The powerhouses of the sacred domain have finally appeared. The appearance of the powerhouses of the sacred domain caused the people of Ebia to panic. The combined might of the 5 powerhouses in the sky was enough to make the entire Undercity tremble. Their faces were filled with fear, and their bodies involuntarily retreated. The sacred army's morale was greatly boosted. They loudly sang hymns and madly counterattacked. Kill them all. Destroy the heretics, purify the world. Long live the holy war. Ron stood quietly in the crowd and slowly took off his hood. His pair of dark eyes looked at the sky and muttered to himself, "What will come, will come." The corner of his mouth slightly raised, Ron sneered. His body shot up like smoke and suddenly leaped into the sky. D. Lin, Kay, and Corbett saw this and also followed behind Ron into the sky. "Everyone, we finally meet." Ron stood in the sky and smiled. His expression froze for a moment. "You guys definitely didn't expect me to have this day, did you?" Ron's eyes were filled with provocation. "This is indeed beyond our expectations," Guangming Judge Nord said slowly. His eyes swept across the 4 people in front of him and finally fixed on Ron's face. Without a trace of emotion, he said, "But the ending is the same. Ron, you and your Scourge Church are destined to become the dust of history again. Even if you have the help of the magical beasts of the sacred domain, you can't escape the fate of failure." "Really?" Ron laughed and then his face darkened. "Let me tell you, if I don't die today, I will lead the undead army and flatten Mount Hyjal one day." Imena's eyes flashed with killing intent. "You won't have the chance, Ron. Today will be the day you die." Kill. On the battlefield, there was no time for nonsense. When everyone stood up, everything was already clear. For a moment, both sides made their moves at the same time. Their auras suddenly erupted, causing a gust of wind to blow. The 5 holy sea experts from the sacred domain drew their weapons one after another. Priest Emena took out her scepter and round shield, Holy Knight Boulder took out his 2-handed hammer, Holy Archer Sigmund took out his giant crossbow, and Judge Guangming Nord took out a 2-handed longsword. He was a sword saint with the strength of a sword saint. Guangming Judge Ivan took out 2 2-handed daggers. He was actually a thief with the strength of a sacred domain, also known as the Killer Saint. Ron waved the dragonbone staff in his hand, and his pitch-black eyes turned green. Frost Nova. Chain explosion. Boom. 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 Countless ice cubes exploded, and a chill filled the air. The temperature seemed to have dropped by dozens of degrees. It was bone-chilling. Beaumont's Iron Fist. Kay wasn't willing to be outdone. Golden Beaumont's body shone with a golden radiance, and every punch carried a powerful gust of wind. Di Lin transformed into her moon-devouring heavenly wolf form. A giant humanoid wolf appeared and pounced toward the Holy Sea. Kay took on Boulder, Holy Knight Boulder, Di Lin took on Guangming Judge Ivan, and Corbett took on Holy Archer Sigmund. As for Ron, he took on Guangming Judge Nord and Holy Knight Emena. The battle in the sky was incomparably fierce. The 9 sacred domain experts were like 9 suns in the sky. Their might shook the heavens and earth, and even the earth felt a trace of throbbing. Your Majesty, do you think Ron and the others will win? At this moment, a fully armed Lachlan stood beside Abia King Juliana. I don't know. Juliana rarely shook her head, a trace of worry flashing through her eyes. She sighed, bit her lips, and said, I only know that if Ron can't win, we're all finished. Kadena, Shea, and the others also looked at the sky. They were all Ron's women, and they couldn't help but worry for him. Ron, you must defeat them. Kadena prayed silently. Abyssal skeletal dragon from hell. Come out. Your appearance will make the world tremble. Facing the fierce attacks of 2 sacred domain experts, Ron had no choice but to summon the abyssal skeletal dragon. The appearance of the abyssal skeletal dragon doubled Ron's combat strength. Roar. The bone dragon roared and opened its mouth to spit out a dark dragon breath. Powerful black flames with scorching, corrosive heat blasted towards the 2 of them. What? The skeletal dragon he summoned actually has the power of the sacred domain? Seeing the abyssal skeletal dragon, the holy priest Emena was shocked. Her expression was incomparably solemn. This is too inconceivable. If he summons a few more of these skeletal dragons, I'm afraid our situation won't be good. That won't happen. Sword Saint Nord chuckled as he repelled the abyssal skeletal dragon with a slash of his sword. Necromancers may be powerful, but they can't summon undead without limit. Look, just by summoning a single skeletal dragon, his aura has dropped by a lot. Emena carefully looked at Ron several times, then said in a deep voice, not bad. It seems summoning this skeletal dragon consumed too much of his strength. We definitely won't let him off this time. Emena had a deep-rooted hatred for Ron. As soon as she stepped forward, she attacked Ron with all her might. Emena was a shield warrior. She wielded a shield in one hand and a scepter in the other. This combination was somewhat lacking in healing and buffing, but her melee combat ability was top-notch. She was even stronger than a paladin. In terms of melee combat ability, Ron wasn't Emena's match. He was battered and exhausted. With Emena pinning down Ron, Nord focused on dealing with the powerful abyssal skeletal dragon. His 2-handed greatsword erupted with a powerful radiance like a miniature sun, its radiance illuminating the earth. Sword Saint Nord was a powerful swordsman who cultivated not only the power of Guangming, but also the power of the sacred domain. Guangming's power just happened to restrain the skeletal dragon's power of darkness, putting it at a complete disadvantage. However, the undead summoned by Ron didn't know what fear was. The abyssal skeletal dragon was riddled with wounds, but it still charged at Nord without any regard for its own safety. Come on, let's work together and kill him. Nord was overjoyed. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before they killed Ron. As long as Ron died, the newly established Scourge Church would collapse on its own. A smile blossomed on Nord's face. Kay and Boulder were already old rivals. One's offense was swift and fierce, while the other's defense was intrepid. Both sides fought to their heart's content. Even though the paladin wasn't very strong, he was quite difficult to deal with. With the combination of focus aura, sacred domain, and the occasional self-heal, Kay's attacks were all for naught. Nord's expression became even more gloomy. Of course, Boulder wasn't having a good time either. His sacred domain was also rapidly depleting. Kobit and Higman, on the other hand, were tied. The holy archer, Higman, was constantly using movement and fake body to change his position. At the same time, the giant crossbow in his hand shot out freeze arrow, multiple arrow, explosive arrow, and other skill arrows, making it impossible for Kobit to get close to him. Kobit held the holy sword in his hand, but he couldn't cut Higman's body. Lin was facing killer Saint Ivan. The situation was completely reversed. Under Lin's powerful pressure, Ivan was beaten back. At this time, she saw Ron's situation not far away and her heart trembled. Ron! Lin was anxious. She stretched out her wolf claws and was about to pounce in Ron's direction. Where do you think you're going? Ivan knew what his opponent was thinking. His eyes turned red, and he desperately entangled Lin, not letting her get away. Get lost! Lin angrily shouted, and a powerful ice energy burst out and blasted at Ivan. Shadow Doppelganger! Ivan saw that the situation was not good. He shouted, and his figure split into 2, and then into 4. In an instant, 4 figures stood in front of Lin. Break for me! Lin coldly snorted. She was not affected by any illusion. She waved her hand and 4 frost arrows suddenly formed and shot at the 4 Ivan doppelgangers. What? The 4 doppelgangers are all real? The 4 frost arrows were blocked by Ivan. Lin was stunned. At this time, Ivan sneered and the 4 doppelgangers rushed at Lin, causing her to be flustered for a moment. Too strong. Is this really the power of a sacred domain powerhouse? I'm so lucky to be able to watch such a battle. Lord Protector Ron is so strong. Look, he's fighting 2 by himself. Too strong. But he's not in a good situation. He's being suppressed by them. In the Undercity, hundreds of thousands of people looked at the sky and silently cheered for their powerhouse. Some women even knelt down and silently prayed. Ron was pushed back 8 times. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. At this time, his clothes were torn, and there were unavoidable wounds on his body. Damn it, this can't go on, Ron thought, and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. Curse, weakness. Ron waved the staff in his hand and chanted an incantation. An arc of light suddenly expanded and enveloped everyone. Of course, Ron had a choice when he used the curse. Except for Nord and the other 4, Lin, Kay, and Corbett were not affected. Not good. Nord's expression changed. My power is fading. I'm also feeling weak. Imena's beautiful face also turned pale. She understood what this meant. What's going on? Ivan was the most flustered one. He had nowhere to hide after his doppelgangers were destroyed by Lin. His situation was the worst. After all, the assassin saint who was proficient in assassination was not a profession that was good at fighting. On the other side, Lin, Kay, and Corbett were greatly shocked. They could clearly feel that their opponent's strength had suddenly declined. The 3 of them looked at each other and understood each other's meaning. Chapter 572. Faced with this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Ron and the others couldn't miss it. The 4 of them roared in unison and joined hands to launch a frenzied counterattack. For a time, the several sacred domain experts of the Holy See were beaten to a miserable state. They struggled to hold on. This is a curse. Nord quickly understood. I know. Orleaf once told me that this is the most mysterious and terrifying curse magic of all necromancy magic. It doesn't have any form of attack, and can cause people to be unknowingly affected. It's even more terrifying than soul attack. Orleaf was defeated by this curse magic. After the Guangming enforcers were wiped out, Orleaf was sent back to Mount Hyjal by Nord to personally report this matter to His Majesty. Although he didn't know what kind of punishment he would receive, he could still foresee that he would be fired. Nord could also imagine that after Orleaf was fired, his position would be replaced by the newcomer, Higman. Damn it, if only Orleaf was here. I'd ask him how to deal with this. Imena said angrily. After her strength was reduced, she was no match for Ron. Nord smiled bitterly. If he knew, he wouldn't have been defeated. At this moment, he paused as if he suddenly thought of something. Imena, quickly use your holy spell and see if you can dispel this terrifying curse. Holy spell. Okay. I'll try. Imena gritted her teeth and agreed. At this moment, her face revealed a hint of holy solemnity. She tapped the scepter in her hand lightly, and as if she was singing, a string of notes flew out from her mouth. At this moment, her body emitted an intense light. God says, "Let there be light." The powerful power of the holy words shook the heavens and the earth. Even the surrounding space began to tremble. What the holy priest Imena was casting at this moment was no longer a spell or skill. Instead, she was using her holy words to unleash a powerful burst of power. This burst of power even contained traces of light divine power. Ah! What is this? My eyes. The intense light caused Ron's eyes to sting. At this moment, Imena was like a god descending from the heavens, making it difficult for him to open his eyes. Guangming descends, dispel the darkness. Imena's eyes contained a powerful holy will as she coldly chanted. Holy word, exorcism. A blinding white light spread out like a rising sun, illuminating the entire battlefield and sweeping away all the haze. What is this? What happened? The Abia troops on the ground began to panic. Juliana's expression turned solemn. She gazed at the sky and sighed heavily. A holy priest is really too powerful. Under the illumination of this radiance, I'm afraid everything will turn to ash. Boom! The divine word technique had finally completed its mission. It completely disappeared into the air, and everything returned to normal. After using the holy word, Imena seemed to have collapsed. She gasped for breath, her towering chest heaving up and down, and her face was abnormally pale. What? At this time, Ron's eyes suddenly opened wide. Under the illumination of the holy word, the nearest abyssal skeletal dragon had already turned into a black shadow. The black fog in the air had not completely dissipated. Not only the black dragon, but more than half of the undead creatures he had summoned had also been eliminated. Only a few powerful Terror Knights were barely standing, but it seemed that they were also riddled with wounds. Heh, well done. Nord's eyes lit up and he laughed. I didn't expect the holy word technique to be so effective. Imena, you've worked hard. Imena took a few deep breaths and calmed down. He's now a commander without an army. Quickly find an opportunity to kill him. It won't be good if he recovers. Of course. Nord pointed his longsword, a sinister smile on his face. He won't live past today. Earthquake slash! Nord shouted and swung his longsword at Ron. The blade shone with an intense radiance. Nord was too fast. Ron couldn't dodge in time. He could only forcibly block with his dragonbone staff. Boom! With a loud sound, an intense light burst out. Ron only felt a powerful surge of power. He only felt a sweet taste in his throat, and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His body fell down like a kite with its string cut. Yes, Ron had lost. He had lost the powerful skeletal dragon and the effects of the curse. In terms of close combat, Ron was no match for either Nord or Emena. A sacred artifact? Seeing the faint radiance of the sacred artifact, Nord's eyes flashed with greed. For ordinary sacred domain powerhouses, possessing a sacred artifact was something that could only be chanced upon by luck. Even the sacred artifact in the hands of Judge Guangming Nord was only a high-level dark gold double-handed sword. He had a strong desire for a sacred artifact. If he could obtain this sacred artifact, even if he couldn't use it, he could sell it in a plainer store. He could even exchange it for a sacred artifact that he needed. The sacred artifact in Ron's hands made Nord even more determined to kill Ron. He once again raised his sword and righteously declared, "Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Ron, an evil existence like you will surely return to hell. Prepare yourself." At this time, Nord's body emitted an intense radiance. His entire body seemed to be bathed in radiance, appearing sacred and dignified. Behind him, a huge pair of wings dozens of meters long spread open. These wings were condensed from Guangming's power and gently flapped, shaking the surroundings. Light of heaven! Space fell into stillness, and the air seemed to have stopped flowing. Between heaven and earth, a huge longsword was raised high and slashed down at Ron like a thunderbolt. Ron seemed to have lost the strength to struggle. His eyes widened, and a feeling of death instantly filled his heart. No! At this critical moment, a delicate cry came from not far away. It was Di Lin's voice. Seeing Ron in danger, Di Lin finally exploded. She let out a wild howl and her body suddenly enlarged. Moon Devour! Di Lin's anger burned the sky. She didn't hesitate to use her powerful innate ability. A huge white wolf appeared in the sky, staring with blood-red eyes. It opened its bloody mouth and emitted a powerful aura. This damned demonic beast bitch! With danger approaching, Nord couldn't help but curse. His figure rapidly retreated, and he fiercely collided with Di Lin's power, bursting out with a powerful light. At this time, Ivan, who had been suppressed by Di Lin, finally found an opportunity. It could be said that Di Lin made a move at the wrong time. He sneered, and his body disappeared in the air. Escaping the threat of death, Ron finally breathed a sigh of relief. He slowly stood up. Suddenly, Ron's expression changed greatly. He saw a blurry shadow attacking Di Lin at an extremely fast speed. Di Lin, be careful! Ron's warning was a bit late. He saw that sharp, cold dagger was stabbed deeply into Di Lin's chest by the grinning Ivan. The strength of rogues lay in their powerful stealth skills. When the opponent was unprepared, an apprentice assassin could even take the life of a powerhouse of the sacred domain. Of course, this wasn't something that just anyone could do. The probability of such a thing happening was probably 1 in a billion. No. Ron was shocked. His heart suddenly tightened. For the first time, he understood how important Di Lin was to him. When he was at his weakest and most dangerous, it was Di Lin who bravely stood in front of him. When he was at his most panicked and helpless, it was Di Lin who supported him without hesitation. Di Lin, how are you? Ron crazily rushed to Di Lin's side and reached out to pick her up. He saw that Di Lin had already returned to her human form. Her face was as pale as paper, and her breathing was weak. There was only a small bloody hole in her chest, and blood was gushing out. Although the hole wasn't big, it was fatal. It's over. Although Juliana was in the middle of the battle, she had been paying attention to the battle in the sky. A powerhouse of the sacred domain had fallen, and the outcome was basically determined. Now, there were only 3 powerhouses of the sacred domain that could fight. Juliana could even imagine what would happen next. Nord, Yemina, and Ivan teamed up, and the injured Ron wouldn't be able to resist at all. They were Kay and Corbett. The Scourge Church was about to lose. Everyone in the Undercity felt a sudden gloom in their hearts, and many people's faces were full of sorrow. "Haha, Ron, you're dead." Nord saw this and laughed. He pointed the longsword in his hand. No matter how you struggle, you can't escape the fate of defeat. The powerhouses of the Holy See and Sacred Domain smiled knowingly. They looked at Ron as if they were looking at a dead man. Fortunately, he didn't die. He just fainted due to his serious injuries. After carefully observing Di Lin's situation, Ron secretly sighed in relief. He brushed away Di Lin's hair, looked at her delicate face, and gently kissed her forehead. Ron stood up and looked at the powerhouses of the Sacred Domain in the sky. His eyes were unyielding, and he smiled. Is that so? But it's still too early to say that. As Ron spoke, his hand quietly reached into his bosom, took out a blue stone, and gently pinched it. Pa! A sound was heard. The blue sorcerer's stone was crushed, and a light smoke spread out. At the same time, there was a slight spatial fluctuation, but no one noticed this small spatial fluctuation. Yemina smiled coldly. You're still so stubborn when you're about to die. If that's the case, then die. Nord said coldly. Ron, I hope you can behave yourself when you go to hell. Don't fight against God Guangming anymore. After saying this, Nord raised his two-handed sword high above his head. A dazzling light spread out from the sword and spread out in all directions. The Sacred Army's morale was greatly boosted. Without Ron and the other powerhouses of the Sacred Domain obstructing them, they easily breached the city walls and directly killed their way into Undercity. They fought with the defending Ebia army, and a brutal street battle unfolded. Countless necromancers advanced dauntlessly, and groups of skeletons were summoned. Using the special terrain of Undercity, they resisted. However, the necromancers were still too weak. Some students who had just learned necromancy for a few days were also thrown into the battlefield. They fought against the powerful Sacred Army, and the casualties were disastrous. Bodies wearing black robes fell one after another, and blood dyed the city walls red. At this time, something unexpected happened. Boom! A loud sound came from the sky, as if something had broken. In the vast sky, a whirlpool suddenly appeared. The aura in the whirlpool kept rolling, and a powerful aura spread out through the whirlpool. Chapter 573. The whirlpool continued to churn, creating circular ripples. This is the Warlock Saint's teleportation circle. Nord's eyes widened in shock. Who was it? At this moment, a beam of light shot out from the vortex, and 3 figures descended from the light beam. When Nord saw the 3 figures clearly, his eyebrows twitched. It's you guys. The 3 figures were Prats, Montigot, and Hill. They slowly descended from the vortex. On the ground, everyone was dumbfounded. They didn't know who these 3 people were, but from the power they were emitting, they were definitely experts from the Sacred Domain. Juliana was nervous. She didn't know which side they were from. Flames burned fiercely, and corpses were strewn everywhere. Not far away were Judge Guangming of the Holy See, Priest Yemina, and the others. Seeing this, Prats and the others immediately understood. Hee, it's quite lively here. Looks like we came at the right time. Prats gently stroked his beard and said with a smile. Hey little Ron, long time no see. Hill whistled like an old urchin and greeted Ron. Welcome to Undercity, my lords. Ron smiled. He slowly rose into the sky and gracefully bowed in front of the 3. I'm in trouble. I had no choice but to trouble you. Pratt smiled. Ron, since we promised you, we'll naturally help you to the end. Don't worry. Thank you, Dean Prats. Ron was touched. He could feel the deep concern that Prats and the other 2 had for him. Nord's eyes narrowed as he said in a deep voice, Has the Roland Empire decided to interfere in the matter between the Holy See and the Scourge Church? I have to warn you in advance that getting involved in this matter is not a wise choice. Isn't this Judge Guangming, Sir Nord? The Golden Flying Dragon Knight, Montigot smiled. But I can also tell you that this matter has nothing to do with the Roland Empire. It's the decision of the 3 of us. The 3 of you have decided? Nord's eyes turned cold as he said sternly, "So you're sure you're on Ron's side? Haven't you thought about the consequences? So they are here to help us." Hearing their conversation, Juliana suddenly realized who they were. She also recognized them. They were Balarax Academy's headmaster Prats, Soaring Dragon Academy's headmaster Montgoth, and Hans Academy's headmaster Hill. Why are they with Ron? Juliana was a little puzzled, but she knew that this was definitely a good thing. With 3 sacred domain powerhouses on their side, Juliana felt the pressure on her lesson significantly. Prats smiled faintly. "Honorable Lord Nord, don't forget that Ron is my student." "Humph, Prats, you are indeed harboring a heretic," Imena said fiercely. She suddenly raised her voice. "I hope you understand that there's a price to pay for covering up." "Humph? I'll take whatever price there is." Montgoth coldly snorted and waved his long dragon spear. "Nord, our conflict isn't new. Why don't we have a spar first?" With a flash of light, a huge golden flying dragon flew out from the hexagram summoning array. It stopped in front of Montgoth and lowered its head like a docile puppy, allowing Montgoth to ride on it. The appearance of the golden flying dragon made all the Holy See and Sacred Domain powerhouses look at each other with worried expressions. Facing such a powerful combination of a golden flying dragon and a dragon knight, anyone would have a headache. Moreover, there was Prats, the fire mage saint. With this, the scales of strength were tilted towards Ron's side. Even if they continued fighting, they wouldn't gain any advantage. At this time, Corbett and Kay also broke away from their opponents and retreated to Prats's group and Ron's side. Boulder and Higman also retreated to Nord's side. You're courting death." The Holy See and the Roland Empire's sacred domain powerhouses were on opposite sides on many occasions. Both sides had many conflict. She gritted her teeth and was about to charge forward. "Wait." Nord pulled Imena back. Imena's eyes widened in shock. "Lord Nord, Nord glanced at her and said in a low voice, "The 3 of them are very powerful and have just arrived. The few of us are about the same. If we really fight, we don't have much confidence." Imena calmed down and glared at Prats's group. The anger in her eyes seemed to want to burn them to ashes. Nord's gloomy gaze deeply looked at Prats's group and then turned to Ron. He coldly snorted and said, "Very well, Ron. Today, I'll let you off for the sake of the deans of the 3 famous academies of the Roland Empire. However, you won't be so lucky next time. Inform all the legions to retreat immediately." Nord coldly threw out a sentence. "Let's go." The well-trained Holy See army came quickly and retreated quickly. After receiving the order, the Holy See army, whether they were on the periphery or had already attacked Undercity, all retreated silently. Juliana let out a sigh of relief. Mahjong gave out a series of orders. It was nothing more than cleaning up the battlefield, cleaning up the corpses, treating the wounded, repairing the city walls, and reorganizing the army. As a woman who had led troops for many years, the young miss of the Ebian rebels and the Dark Organization, these procedures were a walk in the park for her. "Lord Prats, Lord Montegot, Lord Hill, please come in." In front of a room in Undercity's catastrophe headquarters, Juliana said politely. She had to treat these powerhouses of the sacred domain that she usually couldn't invite. Yes. Prats and the other 2 nodded faintly as a greeting. With their status, they usually ignored people like Juliana. Ron also noticed this and smiled. "Your Majesty, if you have anything to do, please go ahead. I will treat the 3 lords well." "Yes, Lord Guardian." Juliana also realized that it was inappropriate for her to be here. She bowed and silently retreated, gently closing the door behind her. The 3 of them sat down. Pratt smiled and said to Ron, "Ron, we may stay here for a while. If you need help, just let us know. If you need help, we won't refuse." "That's right. I've wanted to teach these bastards of the Holy See a lesson for a long time," Montegot muttered. Unfortunately, they didn't give me the chance. Ron took a deep breath and smiled. Thank you, Lord Deans. I won't say any more nonsense. If you need help the next time, Ron, won't refuse. Ron had just received news that the Holy See Army didn't really retreat after retreating from Undercity. They retreated dozens of miles and set up camp in another city that they had already conquered. It seemed like they hadn't given up yet. Platts and the other two looked at each other with a satisfied expression. At this time, Necromancer Sally hurried in. She looked at Pratt's and bowed respectfully to the former Lord Deans. She then walked to Ron and whispered a few words in his ear. Sally's voice was very soft, but Pratt still heard the words treatment and injuries. Ron's expression turned serious. There's such a thing? Sally nodded. Yes, Sister Cadina wants you to take a look. Lord Deans, Ron has something to take care of. Ron immediately stood up and said apologetically. Pratt smiled understandingly. Go ahead. You don't have to accompany us three old men. We know you have a lot of things to do. After bidding farewell to the three deans, Ron followed Sally through the basement of the natural disaster headquarters and came to a dark river. In front of a room, 2 white skulls hung on the doorknob. The black eye sockets were especially eye-catching. Ron entered the room and saw Cadina, Shea, Becerra, and Rainey, who were busy. The room was filled with the smell of medicine and the faint smell of blood, forming an unpleasant smell. From time to time, one could hear the groans of the injured. This was the shelter of the natural disaster headquarters, and it housed the injured from the Scourge Church. They were all necromancers who were injured during the fight against the Sacred Army. Shea, Becerra, and Rainey were bandaging their wounds while Cadina was using the water healing spell to treat them. However, after a huge battle, her magic was almost depleted, and there were too many people to treat. Cadina raised her head and saw Ron. Her eyes revealed a smile. Ron, you're here. Shea, Becerra, and Rainey all greeted Ron. Young Master! Young Master! The injured necromancers were originally lying on the bed, but when they saw Ron, they struggled to sit up and greet him. Don't move. All of you lie down, Ron said as he pressed down on a necromancer. At this time, he began to examine that person's injuries. Why are you the ones bandaging them? And using such a backward method? Where are the priests? Ron frowned unhappily as he looked at the thick smell of medicine in the shelter. It's like this, Cadina explained with some hesitation. We don't have any priests in the Scourge Church, and there aren't many priests in the Abia army. Because of the treatment, their magic is almost depleted. The general of the Abia army, General Lachlan, told me that the power these necromancers cultivate is in conflict with the Guangming power of the priest. So he transferred all the priests away. Seeing that Cadina didn't dare to say anything, Sally directly made things clear. He went to treat their people, but he left our people here. What? When Ron heard this, he immediately became angry. Bastard, Lachlan actually dared to do this? That's right, the power of the soul that necromancers cultivate is in conflict with the Guangming power of the priests, but it is only limited to the power of a Grand Magus necromancer and above. These injured necromancers are all trainee necromancers, and some of them have just started learning necromancy magic. Why can't they treat them? Cadina and the others had never seen Ron so angry before. They looked at each other and didn't say anything for a while. Ron was so angry that he kept pacing around the room. After a while, he stopped and pointed with his finger. You go and call Juliana over. I want to ask her what she means by this. Yes. Lisa didn't have a good impression of Abia's group to begin with, and was even more dissatisfied with the way they treated the injured. If they didn't have enough priests, they could discuss it. However, they were all comrades from the same trench, and yet they were favoring one over the other. This was too much. Chapter 574. The person who came was Juliana pornographic novel. She was wearing a simple magic robe and didn't look like the king of Ebia at all. She walked in hurriedly. Looking at the room full of injured people and Ron's angry expression, Juliana understood everything. She took the initiative to apologize. "I'm sorry, Lord Guardian. Lachlan didn't do well. I've already severely criticized him. This kind of thing won't happen again," Juliana promised. At the critical moment, the most taboo was to cause discord. This was not conducive to cooperation. Ron's expression eased a little. He nodded lightly and said, "I'll let it go this time. Our Scourge Church's necromancers have made an indelible contribution to the defense of Undercity. You still have to worry about the priests." Hearing Ron's words, Juliana smiled bitterly. "I'm sorry, Lord Guardian. Our Ebia priests have already exhausted their magic power. I'm afraid they won't be able to heal you for a while." She paused and said apologetically, "But I can provide you with healing scrolls." "Healing scrolls?" Ron's heart skipped a beat. His face showed a trace of joy. Without a priest, healing scrolls would be the same. Healing scrolls were also items from the dimensional store. They could heal a large number of injured people at the same time. They had a special feature, which was that they were cheap. One black crystal coin could buy a set of recovery potions, which was 9 bottles. At the same price, one could buy 4 sets of healing potions, which was 36 bottles, plus 2 free bottles. On the other hand, one could buy 6 sets of healing scrolls, which was 54 bottles, plus 8 free bottles, which was 62 healing scrolls. These healing scrolls were much more cost-effective than healing potions that could only be used by one person. It was just that the healing effect was slower, but the price was more than half. Many countries and groups bought them in large quantities. Of course, they used black crystal coins. But there aren't many of these left in the kingdom of Ebia. You have to use them sparingly, Juliana said solemnly as she handed 12 healing scrolls to Ron. "Your Majesty, why did you give him all the healing scrolls in the kingdom of Ebia? What should we do?" In a dark room, Finance Minister Carlos said to King Juliana. His tone was full of dissatisfaction. "The necromancers played a huge role in the war, and we don't have enough priests to heal so many people, so I gave him the healing scroll." Juliana mumbled. Carlos said, "Your Majesty, I'm not against you giving him the healing scrolls, but there are too many of them. There are only 12 healing scrolls left in our treasury. I spent a lot of money to get them, but you gave them to him without leaving any for the kingdom of Ebia. Don't forget, we have a lot of injured people too. What's the point of keeping it?" Juliana smiled and turned to look at Finance Minister Carlos. Without Ron, the Scourge Church, and the necromancers, the kingdom of Ebia would cease to exist, and you and I wouldn't be able to escape the fate of being hunted down and killed. Those things. What's the point of keeping them? Carlos' eyes widened. He didn't expect to receive such a response from Juliana. His fat face twitched a few times. In that case, King Juliana had already decided to completely and unconditionally join the fate of the Scourge Church. If one fell, all would fall, and if one rose, all would rise. He didn't know if this was a good thing or a bad thing. Juliana looked at Carlos and sighed. "I've already thought it through, but you haven't. Carlos, I thought you were a person with foresight. Unfortunately, you've disappointed me." After saying that, she shook her head, turned around, and walked out of the room, leaving the stunned Carlos there. Night fell. In the shelter of the Scourge Church, everyone had entered dreamland. The injured necromancers lay on the bed, their bodies emitting a faint glow. The healing scrolls had been used, and the energy was transferred to the injured. Their injuries healed unknowingly at an extremely slow speed. It was estimated that they would be fully recovered by tomorrow morning. The magic lamp used for lighting emitted a faint glow as if it was about to be extinguished at any time due to insufficient energy. It made people sleepy. Everyone went to rest. They had to deal with the battle tomorrow. Only Rainey stayed there. She quietly rested her chin on her hand, her eyes twinkling. No one knew what she was thinking. Kay accompanied her. However, he had been fighting for the whole day and was already extremely sleepy. He lay on the table, snoring softly. "How can I help Brother Ron?" After a long time, Rainey stood up and sighed silently. Looking at Ron's furrowed brows as he left, Rainey's heart ached for no reason. She hated herself for not learning magic or combat energy. Instead, she learned the completely useless pharmaceutics. If she was a magician or a priest, she could help Brother Ron now. Brother Luoan had helped her so many times, but she did not help him much. Rainey felt a little guilty. Wait, pharmacist, potion. At this time, Rainey seemed to have thought of something. Her heart skipped a beat, and her furrowed brows relaxed. Potion. Yes, potion could help Brother Ron. What Brother Ron lacked the most now was a vitality potion that could heal the injured. Rainey's thoughts went back to the past. When she first escaped from the pharmacist's Barrow family, she only had one vitality potion formula with her. After that, through Ron's hard work, the vitality potion was concocted. Now, the vitality potion had become a necromancer's must-have item. It played a significant role in battle. Other than satisfying the internal needs, Fatty Gida's operation had sold some vitality potions through other channels and raised a lot of money for the Scourge Church. These were things that had already happened. The vitality potion's contribution could not go unnoticed. However, at this time, Rainey thought of another formula. It was an unproven formula. That was the formula for the vitality potion. It was said that after many years of research, her father had finally solved the formula for the vitality potion and successfully concocted it. However, whether this was true or not, Rainey could not be sure. About this formula, Rainey had only heard her father mention it occasionally. That day, her father's face was full of excitement as he told her that the formula for the vitality potion had been solved. This formula would bring the Barrow family a lot of wealth. He was just waiting for the right opportunity to publicly reveal it. When was the right opportunity? At that time, her father didn't say anything. However, the smart Rainey had already guessed that this suitable opportunity was when they had confirmed their safety, and when the Barrow family had enough power to protect their wealth. Otherwise, it would attract the attention of other pharmaceutical families. The wealth that the potion could bring was enough to make people go crazy. Just the formula for the vitality potion alone had already attracted many pharmacist families, causing the Barrow family to fall apart. If the formula for the vitality potion were to be known by others, what would happen? Take the Nayan family for example. They were a pharmacist family that amassed a lot of wealth through selling potions. Most of the vitality potions circulating in the market were their family's products. Even the Barrow family, who was known as a pharmacist genius, could not concoct the vitality potion. How could the Nayan family do it? In fact, it was very simple. To ordinary people, the vitality potion was a very mysterious thing. However, as a pharmacist family, Rainey knew that the Nayan family used black crystal coins to purchase the vitality potions from the dimensional store. Then, they used a special method to add things in. Simply put, it was a trick of 1 to 2, 2 to 4, turning 1 bottle of vitality potion into 10 bottles, or even 100 bottles to be sold. Naturally, these non-original potions of life weren't as effective as the ones purchased from plainer stores, but they were cheap. Many mercenaries who didn't have black crystal coins could afford them with gold coins. Even so, the supply of potions of life from the named clan simply couldn't meet the demand. Large amounts of gold coins flowed into the named clan's pocket. The named clan then used gold coins to purchase black crystal coins from plainer stores to purchase the original potions of life. The difference in price was enough to make an entire country jealous. If the real potion of life appeared on the market and could be purchased with gold coins, even if its efficacy was only half of the original potion of life, who would want to buy the replica potion of life from the Nander family? Not only would this solve the Calamity Church's problem of healing necromancers, it would also bring a large amount of wealth to the Calamity Church. If we can get the formula for the vitality potion from Father, we can help Brother Ron. Rainey silently clenched her fist. She knew that if her father really did concoct the vitality potion, it would be placed somewhere in the Barrow family. And this place was only known to her father and herself. But how can we get the formula from the Barrow family? At this time, Rainey was troubled again. The Barrow family was far away in the Holy Roman Empire. It was a long journey, and she did not know how much time it would take to go there and back. Moreover, with her abilities, she did not know if she could safely retrieve the formula. If she met the Nayan family or other pharmacist families on the way, then there was nothing to say. If they knew that the formula for the vitality potion was in her hands, they would probably go crazy. Sigh, what can I do? If only I could get the formula out earlier. Rainey could not help but blame herself. At this time, her gaze fell on Kay, who was snoring beside her. Suddenly, her heart skipped a beat. Kay, wake up. Rainey tiptoed closer and gently nudged the sleeping Kay. What's the matter? Kay was sleeping soundly. She sleepily opened her eyes and looked at Rainey. She stretched lazily and muttered, "It's you, Rainey, what happened? Did you wake me up? Is there an enemy invasion?" "No, I woke you up because I need your help." Rainey softly told her about the vitality potion formula and asked Kay to go with her to the Barrow family in the Holy Roman Empire. "What? Rainey, are you crazy?" Kay heard and jumped up. "How can I leave at this time? What if the Holy See suddenly attacks tomorrow?" "It's precisely because we have to deal with the Holy See that I think Brother Ron needs the vitality potion more," Rainey said. "I believe this is the only way to help Brother Ron." "Kay, Brother Ron took you in when you were weak and helped you. Don't you want to help him?" Kay panicked. "Of course, I want to help Ron, but if you want to help Brother Ron, then you don't have to say anything," Rainey said firmly. "You are a strong person in the sacred domain. You can carry me and fly. It won't take too much time. Don't worry." Chapter 575. Without informing anyone, Rainey and Kay sneaked out of Dark City. Of course, Rainey did not forget to leave a letter before she left. The letter was found by the maid who came in the morning to clean up. She did not see anyone guarding the injured and let out a scream, waking up countless of the necromancers who had already recovered from their injuries. The next moment, the letter landed in her hands and was placed on Ron's table. As expected, once Ron received the letter, he flew into a rage. Rainey and Kay left without saying goodbye, affecting his deployment. Rainey's departure did not affect the overall situation, but Kay was the most important. He could not afford to lose her for even a second. The worst thing was that the letter did not mention the reason for their departure. This made Ron even more uneasy. He paced back and forth in the room in frustration. Juliana, Kadena, and the rest were in his office. Everyone's eyebrows were furrowed as if they had a lot on their minds. Rainey really doesn't know her place. What time is it now? It's wartime. If she's not careful, everyone in Dark City will lose their heads. What does she think this is? A game? Ron was close to roaring. That meaningless letter turned into countless pieces in his hands. Becerra was also standing in the crowd. Tears of grievance welled up in her eyes. As Rainey's sister, she was partly responsible for it. "Ron, I hope you can calm down," Kadena consoled him. Then, she turned to Becerra. "Becerra, you really don't know where Rainey brought Kay to?" "I don't know. She didn't tell me." Becerra shook her head and said pitifully. Due to her sadness and anxiety, her voice was choked with sobs. Looking at Becerra's expression, Ron could not bear it. However, his face was still green and refused to relax. Kadena consoled Becerra for a while. After she calmed down, she asked, "What did Rainey say in the letter?" "Nothing at all." Ron shook his head. Just say that you're taking Kay out to do something, and that you'll be back as soon as you're done. Do something. Kadena pondered for a moment, then said, "Things may not be as bad as you think. They should be back soon once they're done." "I hope so." Ron sighed. "I also believe that Rainey didn't leave with Kay for no reason. She should know what this means." The matter of the Sacred Legion was like a shadow that had been hanging over Ron's heart, making him almost breathless. Their army had not gone far, but had been stationed in the nearest city. He did not know when they would launch an attack. Perhaps today, perhaps tomorrow, perhaps now. Ron quickly thought for a moment and stood up with a swish. "Let's leave it at that. This matter shouldn't be publicized, so as not to cause some people's hearts to waver. The departure of a powerful person from the sacred domain would make some people think of something. Even if what they thought was not the truth, it would still have a huge impact on morale." Ron continued, "Luckily, we have 3 powerful people from the sacred domain in Dark City. This is enough to make the Holy See not dare to act rashly. I believe that the alliance of the Scourge Church and the Kingdom of Ebbia will definitely achieve the final victory. In the northeast of the Holy Roman Empire, there was a place called Stansfirth Province. As the pharmacist family, the Barrow family's territory was located there. Of course, just a small piece of land was enough for the Barrow family to live a luxurious life. In the Holy Roman Empire, the Barrow family was one of the aristocrats and had made special contributions to the empire. The head of the Barrow family, who was also Rainey's father, even had the title of a noble. There were 2 major pharmacist families in the Holy Roman Empire. Other than the Barrow family, the other was the Nayan family. In order to compete for the benefits of the medicine, the 2 families had been fighting both openly and secretly. By the time Rainey's father's generation arrived, the feud between the 2 families had been very, very deep. Both families had launched their signature product. One was the Nayan family, who mainly produced imitation health potions. The other was the Barrow family, who was famous for their antidotes, acceleration potions, and dispelling potions. Of course, other than the famous health potions, the Barrow family did not have any other products. From an outsider's point of view, the act of buying health potions from the dimensional store, seeping water into the potions, and selling them was not very technical. However, the Barrow family did not see it that way. Pharmaceutics was an extremely complicated subject that contained profound mysteries. Even though it was easy for the Nayan family to do it, the Barrow family could not. They dreamed of getting the formula that the Barrow family used to seep water into the potions. One had to know that the elements in the potions were extremely stable. Even the slightest impurity could cause the potion to lose its effectiveness. The Nayan family had spent a lot of effort to research the formula for seeping water into the potions, spending hundreds of millions of dollars. Even though the efficacy of the potions had decreased, the quantity of the potions had increased. This had brought the Nayan family a lot of wealth. They treated the formula like a family heirloom and had never shown it to outsiders. The Barrow family had racked their brains but still could not get their hands on it. By the time Rainey's father's generation arrived, the conflict between the Nayan family and the Barrow family had become public. Both families had conflicts and armed fights. They had even sent out strong fighters to attack the other family's territory. This was no different from an attack by an army. Because of this, the Holy Roman Empire's Charles XXVI had a headache. Every time he saw the representatives of the 2 families, he would feel annoyed. He had no choice but to deal with them. Both families had contributed greatly to the empire, bringing in taxes and the best potions for the empire. In the end, Charles XXVI persuaded the 2 families to stop fighting. However, Rainey's father was a genius. At a young age, he had already shown great talent as a pharmacist and was valued by the Barrow family. However, it was obvious that he had no interest in fighting with the Nayan family. Instead, he focused all his energy on researching potions. This was the root of the disaster that followed. The Nayan family had long taken notice of this young man who had become the head of the family. They kept sending out spies to spy on him, and even planted strong fighters in the Barrow family. Many of the strong fighters who served the Barrow family were actually from the Nayan family. However, Rainie's father did not realize this. He was immersed in researching potions. When he succeeded in researching the stamina potion, he was discovered by the spies sent by the Nayan family. They secretly reported this to the head of the family. Once the head of the family heard this, he was elated and immediately took action against the Barrow family. Dozens of masters and masters attacked the Barrow family. With the help of the spies who had been lying in ambush, they attacked the Barrow family in one fell swoop. Rainie's father escaped in a hurry. However, it was too late. He was killed by the strong fighters sent by the Nayan family. Rainie's brothers were also killed. That night, the Barrow family's corpses were strewn all over the place. Flames soared into the sky. Screams and pleas for mercy could be heard everywhere. The Barrow family's hundreds of years of wealth turned into ashes in the raging fire. In the end, only Rainie disguised herself as a beggar and escaped. As she was a girl, the Nayan family did not pay much attention to her. However, when they found out that she had taken away the stamina potion formula, they really did pay attention to her. They sent people everywhere to search for her. Ron caused a huge ruckus in Asanara City, and she took the opportunity to escape to the Roland Empire. It was too late for the Nayan family to regret this. When they found out that she had escaped to the Orc Empire, the Nayan family immediately contacted Morin to capture Rainie. However, before Morin could hand her over, Rainie met Ron again. The deal between the Nayan family and Morin failed. An abandoned manor with broken walls and tiles all over the ground. Everywhere was charred black by the fire. It was not hard to imagine how luxurious this place used to be before the fire. Rainie stood in front of a wall that had been pushed down. She gently touched the cracks on the wall. Her face was filled with sadness, and she did not speak for a long time. "Rainie, this is your home?" Kay asked. He looked around in shock. "Yes, this is my home." Rainie nodded. She stood up, her slender body trembling in the cold wind. Her long eyelashes glistened with tears. "It's a pity that it's no longer here. I'm sorry." Kai Yi's face was full of apologies. He looked around carefully and said, "Rainie, is this the place where your father left the recipe for the life potion? If they didn't find it, it should be here." Rainie wiped her tears and nodded. "Let's start looking now." The two of them started to search the ruins of the Barrow family. They did not even let go of the smallest crack. However, even someone as strong as Kay did not expect that their every move would be seen by others. Surveillance guards. This was a special magical item that had the function of stabilizing one's body. Once there was an intruder, it would sound an alarm to the owner. At the same time, it would monitor the surroundings. Kay and Rainie's conversation was heard clearly by others. Life potion formula? The Barrow family actually has the life potion formula. An old woman who was in charge of monitoring the Barrow family was also the owner of the surveillance guards. When she heard the conversation between the two of them, her eyes lit up. This old woman was from the Nayan family. At this moment, she was not in the Barrow family's territory. Instead, she was in the Nayan family, which was hundreds of kilometers away. Through the surveillance guards, she knew everything that was happening here. "No, I have to report this to the master immediately." The old woman laughed. A glimmer of light flashed across her cloudy eyes. "Haha, I have done a great service again. I wonder how the master will reward me?" As she spoke, she walked quickly towards the master's study. "What? You said that the Barrow family actually has the life potion formula?" The current master of the Nayan family, Maddox, was an old man in his 60s. He was slightly fat, had black hair, and had lived like a prince without a single wrinkle on his face. Even though he was in his 60s, he looked like a middle-aged man. When he heard the old woman's report, He was so shocked that he was speechless. "Judy, are you sure you didn't hear wrongly?" Maddox asked. His face was filled with disbelief. "Yes, master. I swear." The old woman called Judy raised her finger and said, "Because I found Miss Rosie of the Barrow family, and a very young man. They were looking for the recipe of the potion of life left behind by her father in the ruins of the Barrow family. Then what are you waiting for?" Maddox's eyes lit up. Since it is Miss Rosie, then what she said is most likely true. If she really has the life potion formula and her stamina potion formula, then wouldn't that be a gift to us? Haha, our Nayan family is going to be rich. Congratulations, master. Judy smiled slightly. Her face revealed a cunning expression. Chapter 576. Rainey and Kay were busy in the ruins. They flipped the rocks one by one and searched carefully. As they had been away from home for too long and the Barrow family was too big, Rainey couldn't remember much. With a loud boom, Kay flipped a large rock over, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Rainey looked down and shook her head. "It's not here." Kai was fuming. "I say, Rainey, what exactly are you looking for? Is the formula for the life potion hidden under a rock?" "I'm looking for a basement," Rainey explained. "This is our Barrow family's secret. If you're not a core member of the family, you won't know about it. However, I've only been in this basement a few times. It should be around here, but I don't remember the specifics." "Do you mean here?" Kay paused and gestured the location. There was a pile of rubble and rocks under his feet. Among the rocks, tenacious grass poked its head out mischievously. "If I didn't remember wrongly, it should be around here." Rainey looked at the surroundings and said. Kay nodded. "That's good. Rainey, go further away. Watch me." Once Rainey was far away, Kai-Yi's face turned serious. He clenched his fists tightly at his waist and took a deep breath. Suddenly, his eyes flashed and he yelled out loud. Boom! Kai ferociously punched the ground, causing a golden light to explode out and spread out in all directions. The ground violently trembled, and cracks spread out from Kai's fist like a spiderweb. Under the immense pressure, countless rocks were shattered and lifted into the air. Walla, walla! The rocks in the air fell, creating a cloud of dust. Kay stood in the middle of it all, looking like a god descending from the heavens. "I see it." Rainey's eyes lit up. Not far from Kay, she saw a black object. She walked over quickly and pointed at the black area. "It's here." "Is it here?" Kay said. With a casual punch, he broke the black thing. It was a basement door made of fine iron. Under Kay's fist, it twisted like a fried dough twist. With a casual tug of Kay's hand, the warped metal door opened, revealing a dark hole. "It's here. Let's go down and take a look." Rainey took out the sorcerer's stone from the space bag and happily jumped into the hole. Kay followed immediately. After passing through the long staircase, Rainey and Kay arrived at the basement. There was no path underground, and there was only a stone wall in front of them. "Watch me." Kay smiled. Golden light flashed in his fist. To him, a stone wall was not a problem at all. Rainey stopped him. She felt around on the smooth stone wall, and at the same time, she reached out and tapped lightly. Suddenly, she was elated. She pushed hard on a stone. The stone was pushed until it caved in. At this time, there was a mechanical sound. Zap, zap, zap. Rainey immediately took a few steps back. A ray of light lit up, and the heavy stone door slowly opened. "Let's go in." Rainey took a deep breath and said. Both of them walked into the basement side by side. Usually, the basement of the aristocrats was filled with precious jewels, gold coins, and other wealth. To Kay's surprise, there was nothing in the basement of Rainey's family. There was only a small box. The box was made of dark copper and was extremely heavy. Rainey did not have much strength, so Kay helped her take the box down. Rainey gently caressed the edge of the box. Her eyes were moist. Looking at the box reminded her of her father. "Open it." Rainey calmed herself down and said resolutely. There was a lock on the copper box, but this was not a problem for Kay. He reached out 2 fingers and gently pinched, and the lock opened. There was nothing in the copper box. There were only a few pieces of paper filled with words and a few bottles of medicine. Just these few pieces of paper. Kay's eyes were filled with disappointment. There doesn't seem to be anything valuable. To a pharmacist family like us, no amount of wealth is more important than the formula, Rainey answered. At this time, she picked up a piece of paper and looked at it carefully. Kay leaned over. There were all kinds of symbols and formulas written on it. Unfortunately, he could not understand them at all. Rainey looked at them one by one. When she flipped to the last one, her body suddenly shook. Her face was filled with joy, and her body started to tremble uncontrollably. It's this. Father didn't lie to me. He really made the formula for the life potion." Rainey's expression was filled with excitement. "Really? That's great." Kay was elated too. At this time, Rainey's eyes glanced at the words at the back of the paper. Descendants of the Barrow family, when you see this formula, you must remember that before you have enough power to protect yourself, you must not leak the information about this formula, because it will bring you countless troubles. The potion of life has the effect of healing injuries, takes effect quickly and recovers quickly. It can't be compared to the potion of life of the Nayan family. Because it is widely used, the profit it brings is enough to make people crazy. I believe that its appearance will definitely cause a storm, and this storm will be too big for our Barrow family to resist. Don't make it because of a moment of greed, or else it will bring you endless troubles. Rainey sighed silently. Her father was right. Just 1 bottle of strength potion was enough to destroy the Barrow family. If the life potion appeared in the mainland and could be bought with gold coins, the profits it would bring would not only tempt the Nayan family, but also the Holy Roman Empire and the Holy See. It might even attract the attention of the powerful kingdom of magical beasts. This caused Rainey to be even more cautious. Rainey continued to read. Under her father's signature, there was another paragraph. Speaking of the origins of this formula, it is very embarrassing. As the genius of the Barrow family, I, who had just created the strength potion, was very confident in creating the legendary life potion. Unfortunately, after many years of research, I still couldn't find anything. That was until I accidentally found an auction item from 100,000 years ago when I was strolling around the auction house. It was a special symbol engraved on a rock. Due to the passage of time, some of the words couldn't be read clearly. Others might not understand, but I knew it was a formula with one look. I spent a lot of money to buy it. Then, I focused on researching and preserving the few ingredients that were lacking in the life potion. The difficulty of creating the life potion was far beyond my imagination. If it wasn't for this senior pharmacist from the Scourge Church, to be honest, I wouldn't have been able to create it. All I did was repair it. The words at the bottom of the sentence were gradually blurred, but the basic meaning was already expressed. So, this life potion formula actually belonged to the Scourge Church from 100,000 years ago. In other words, it belonged to Brother Ron. Rainey muttered to herself. This made her even more determined to give the life potion formula to Ron. Let's go. There's nothing more to see here. Rainey sighed. She kept the formulas and a few bottles of potions into her dimensional bag. Then, she pulled Kay out of the Barrow family's secret basement. The two of them had just climbed out of the basement when they heard a strange voice. "Oh, isn't this Miss Rosie?" The two of them jumped in shock. Rainey looked towards the voice and saw an old woman with a gloomy gaze and a faint smile standing there. "Judy? Why are you here?" Rainey was shocked. This Judy was none other than the housekeeper of the Barrow family. She was mainly in charge of Rainey's daily life and treated her well. After the Barrow family met with a disaster, she went missing and her whereabouts were unknown. Rainey didn't expect to see her here. Judith giggled happily. I didn't expect Miss Rosie to still remember me. Speaking of which, this is something to be happy about. At this time, Kay pulled Rainey and said in a low voice, "Be careful. Something doesn't seem right." Rainey looked around and suddenly became alert. She frowned and said, "Judy, what are you trying to say?" "Pornographic novel." "Nothing." Judy smiled slightly, her wrinkled eyes flashing with sharpness. "Rumor has it that the Barrow family has a secret basement. Inside, they hid all the potion formulas that the Barrow family had researched. We searched here for a long time but couldn't find it. I didn't expect that under Miss Lead, we would actually find it." Judith paused for a moment before taking a step forward with an ominous glint in her eyes. "Miss Rosie, I won't waste any more words. Hand over the stamina potion and life potion formulas in your hands, as well as the Barrow family's formula." "What?" Rainey and Kay heard and were shocked. Kay's eyes widened. "Other than me, Rainey has never told anyone about the life potion formula." "How did you know about it?" "So you have the life potion formula?" Judy was elated. She couldn't be bothered to answer Kay's question. Her body trembled in excitement. "Quick, give it to me and I can spare your life." "Judy, who the hell are you?" Rainey also understood. This Judy's identity was probably not as simple as the Barrow family's housekeeper. You're asking me who I am?" Judy smiled slightly. "Master, how long are you going to hide? Come out, all of you. Don't you want the life potion formula?" "Ha ha ha!" Following a hearty voice, a man with a white, beardless, and fierce-looking face appeared from the dark. Following him were a large number of human experts. Every one of them had the ability to surpass the master level. A few of them had even broken through the master level. Mark Doss? When Rainey saw who it was, her eyes reddened. It was this person who had caused her family to be destroyed and exiled to the ends of the world. If it wasn't for Ron who saved her, she would have died long ago. At this time, Rainey completely understood. She glared at Judy fiercely. "Judy, I didn't know. So this is how it is. You're a spy, too." "Miss Rosie, you're right. I've always been a member of the Nayan family." A smile appeared on Judy's ugly face. "If you want to blame someone, blame your father. I've worked for the Nayan family for more than 10 years, and he actually allowed me to enter the Barrow family without checking my background. He even promoted me all the way to the position of housekeeper. For a person like him to become the head of the Barrow family, today's ending was already set. Shameless traitor." Rainey was so angry that her face was red. "Traitor? No." Judy smiled slightly. "I've always been loyal to the Nayan family." "Cut the crap," Mark Doss said confidently with a smile. "Miss Rosie, according to seniority, I should call you my niece. Regarding the Barrow family's matter, as someone in the same line of work, I'm also heartbroken. As for the life potion formula in your hands, give it to me. I can give you a satisfactory price and guarantee you a comfortable life for the rest of your life. How about it?" Rainey finally saw the greed and shamelessness of the head of the Nayan family, Mark Doss. Not only did he want to keep the life potion formula for himself, but he also pushed the matter of the Barrow family to the side. Was that possible? That day when the Barrow family met with misfortune, Rainey saw many of the Nayan family's experts. She even saw Mark Doss with her own eyes. Chapter 577. Seeing that Rainey was being blamed, Kay sneered and stood up. "Rainey, don't waste your breath on these people. Let me break their necks one by one." "How arrogant! This young man talks big. Who does he think he is? He's just a kid who hasn't even grown his hair yet." Just as Kay finished her sentence, the Nayan family's elites started mocking her. They laughed and did not care about the two youths at all. These two kids were not even 20 years old. How strong could they be? The Nayan family's elites thought. Mark Doss laughed and then his smile disappeared. He said sinisterly, Kid, are you tired of living? If you're not from the Barrow family, please get lost. Some things can be helped, and some things can't. At this time, he turned to Rainey and said with a smile that was not a smile, Miss Rosie, hand over the formula for the life potion. You don't have the ability to keep it, you. Don't even think about it. This was a blatant robbery. Once Rainey heard it, she immediately became nervous and clutched her space bag tightly. Do it. Mark Doss laughed coldly. He did not want to waste his breath on the two of them anymore. He commanded the Nayan family's elites to pounce. Swoosh! The sound of weapons being unsheathed was exceptionally loud. Dozens of figures turned into shadows and pounced on the two of them like wolves and tigers. Among them were honorary knights, great swordmasters, elite assassins, magicians, and other occupations. Facing two youths who were not even 20 years old, their first move was to kill. Who? At this time, Kay was enraged. She yelled, and a golden light burst out. It was so bright that people could not open their eyes. What is this? The Nayan family's elites were stunned. The other party's power made them feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. Not long after, Kay completed his transformation. He had turned into a huge monster that was 4 meters tall and weighed a few tons. His entire body was covered with long golden hair. When Mark Doss took a closer look, he was almost scared out of his wit. The person in front of him was actually a Beaumont. Beaumont's appearance stunned all the experts of the Nayan family. How is that possible? Mark Doss' face was full of disbelief. How could he be Beaumont? How did Beaumont get involved with the Barrow family? In the eyes of humans, the powerful Beaumont clan was an unreachable existence. Furthermore, the Beaumont in front of them was a true powerhouse of the sacred domain. Roar! At that moment, Kay made his move. He let out a low roar and fiercely punched the ground. Golden light flashed, and a gust of wind blew across the ground. Boom! The nearest master-grade powerhouse couldn't dodge in time and was hit by Kay's punch. His head exploded like a watermelon, and fresh blood splattered all over the ground. Bloody and violent. This was the image of a Beaumont. Fresh blood splattered everywhere, waking everyone up. The Nayan family's elites then realized that they were facing a terrifying magical beast. In an instant, these elites' fighting spirit collapsed. Don't kill me! Please, I don't want to kill you. Spare my life, Lord Beaumont. Under Kay's peerless ferocity, the Nayan family's elites were so scared that their legs turned to jelly. They knelt down and begged, but it was useless. Kay didn't care about anything. Whoever bullied Rainey had to pay the price. He was like a tiger in a flock of sheep. One by one, the Nayan family's elites fell into a pool of blood. Some elites wanted to escape, but Kay caught up with them at an extremely fast speed. In a blink of an eye, they turned into a pool of blood. Mark Doss and Judith were already stunned. They didn't think that they would provoke such a fiend just by coming alone to get the formula of the potion of life. The two of them were trembling, and their faces were pale. If they couldn't wait to leave this scary place. Under Kay's rampage, everything in front of them was like hell. Katja, a master-level elite's head was twisted in Kay's hands like a chicken. That guy's head drooped and he died quickly. In just a few minutes, dozens of Nayan family's elites were slaughtered by Kay. Most of these elites had participated in the attack on the Barrow family. In the Barrow family's territory that had been burned to ashes, they finally received their retribution. Now it's your turn. Kay smiled coldly. He strode to Mark Doss and Judith's side, his huge body exuding a terrifying aura. No. Mark Doss and Judith both retreated, their faces full of fear. Miss Rosie, please let us go. I was wrong. I shouldn't have tried to get the formula of the potion of life. Rainey snorted coldly, her eyes fixed on the two of them. It was as if her eyes were about to spit fire. Let me ask you, who was it that led the elites to kill my family? It wasn't me. Mark Doss immediately denied. It was him, it was him. When Judith heard it, she immediately screamed. She stretched out her chicken claw-like fingers and pointed at Markdos. He was the one who ordered all of this, Miss Rosie. This has nothing to do with me. You're spouting nonsense. Markdos was anxious. He roared. Isn't it just a pornographic novel? It was you, B*TC. You said that the head of the Barrow family had researched the formula of the stamina potion and lured me into taking action. You even asked for 1/3 of the profit from selling the stamina potion. The two of them started arguing. At this juncture, whoever admitted to it would be a fool. Go to hell. Kay smiled coldly. He was no longer in the mood to watch the two's clumsy performance. At this time, his body moved and he punched towards Markdos. Seeing Kay's iron fist coming towards him, Markdos's face changed. In a moment of desperation, he grabbed Judith's body and pushed her violently. Gotcha! With a loud sound, the strong fist penetrated Judith's body. Her face was filled with intense anger and unwillingness as she slowly breathed her last. Now it's your turn. Kay's punch was supposed to kill Markdos, but he didn't expect that Markdos would push Judith out as a scapegoat. However, this didn't shake Kay's determination to kill him. He smiled coldly, and his huge body slowly approached. Don't kill me! Markdos's body was as soft as mud. He knelt down with a plop and begged desperately for mercy. Miss Rosie, I'll give you the entire wealth of the Nayan family. Please spare me. Markdos's intestines had already turned green with regret. Why did he have to think about the formula of the potion of life? How could a small family of pharmacists from the Holy Roman Empire afford to offend the powerful Beaumont family? At the end of the day, he was still greedy. At this time, a golden light flashed. As expected, Markdos's eyes widened and his body fell down weakly, ending his evil and greedy life. Kai killed him cleanly, without any hesitation. Daddy, Mommy, I've finally avenged you. Seeing Markdos's body fall down, Rainey murmured. Her tears flowed down her cheeks gently. Although she had avenged the Barrow family, Rainey couldn't feel happy no matter what. So what if she had avenged them? Could her parents still come back to life? Report. Come in. After a brief exchange, Lachlan pushed open the door and entered the room. This was the study room of the King of Ebea and also Juliana's temporary office. Juliana looked up. Her pretty face was a little thin, and her eyes were sunken. Her beautiful big eyes were bloodshot. It seemed like she hadn't slept well for the past 2 days. How is it? Is Lady Kay back yet? Juliana asked anxiously when she saw Lachlan. Lady Kay isn't back yet. Lachlan shook his head and said. She's not back yet. It's been 2 days. Juliana's eyes dimmed when she heard that. She knew very well what it meant to have one less sacred domain warrior in Dark City. Did the Holy See's army make any moves? Juliana asked after thinking for a while. No. Lachlan nodded honestly. They're still stationed in a city not far from Dark City. They'll send people to harass us from time to time, but none of their sacred domain warriors are seen. Juliana frowned. Her instincts told her that something was wrong. The Holy See was obviously waiting for something. This wasn't a good thing. However, Lachlan hesitated for a while before saying, Principal Prats from the Balarax Academy, Montego from the Soaring Dragon Academy, and Hill from the Hans Academy seem to be getting impatient. They've been waiting here for 2 days, but there's no movement, so they want to leave. What? They want to leave? Juliana's face turned pale. She hurriedly said, No. No, we can't let them leave at this critical juncture. Once they leave, we'll all be finished. No matter what, we have to make them stay, even if it's just for 1 more day. Juliana said word by word. This. Lachlan scratched his head awkwardly. I can try, but Your Majesty, you know, my words won't have much effect. Not to mention Lachlan, even Juliana's words wouldn't have much effect. The other party was a sacred domain warrior who wouldn't give in to anyone. Besides, the three of them were the leaders of the three major academies of the Roland Empire. They had a lot of things to deal with, so there was no reason for them to be trapped here every day to help them defend the city. Then go find Sir Ron and let Sir Ron persuade them, Juliana said resolutely. Don't let them leave at this time. Okay. Lachlan shrugged and reluctantly agreed. He felt very uncomfortable at the thought of going to Ron. Because of the matter with the priest, Ron had some opinions about him. In an unknown small city about 50 miles away from Undercity, the sacred army that retreated from Undercity was stationed here. That night, this unknown small city welcomed a special guest. Sir Heron, why are you here? In a small room, the Holy See, Guangming Grand Judge Nord received the guest and shouted in surprise. The guest was a middle-aged man with dark skin. He wore a knight's robe and stood in front of Nord with a serious face. Chapter 578. In the Holy See, The Dragon Knight Herring was a pornographic novel. He had always been a man of few words. Even in the highest-level elders' meeting, he rarely spoke. Most of the time, people even forgot about his existence. However, although Herring did not speak much, he had always been trusted by His Majesty Pope Ernst. This was because he was a traditional knight who followed the knight's code of loyalty, humility, bravery, justice, honor, sacrifice, and compassion. He was a special existence in the Holy Nine Temples. He did not offend anyone and did not curry favor with anyone. In the face of Nord's enthusiasm, Herring only nodded faintly and said slowly, "His Majesty is here." "His Majesty is here?" Nord's eyes widened in surprise. He knew that the His Majesty Herring spoke of was not His Majesty Charles XXVI, but the Pope of the Holy See, His Majesty Ernst. Nord took a deep breath. His expression was somewhat complicated. To be honest, he did not want His Majesty to come. This showed his incompetence. However, if His Majesty did not come, he would have no chance of winning in the face of Undercity's huge advantage. The powerhouses of the sacred domain of the three academies of the Roland Empire had already clearly stood on the side of the Scourge Church. In terms of the number of powerhouses of the sacred domain, they had greatly surpassed the Holy See. This matter made Nord feel very troubled. His Majesty already knows everything that has happened here. Herring slowly raised his head. His expression was very calm, as if nothing in the world could move him. His Majesty will arrive here in about 2 days. He also brought 600,000 troops of the Holy Roman Empire, as well as all the powerhouses of the sacred domain of the Holy See. When the time comes, he will join the sacred army and flatten Undercity in one fell swoop, eliminating the Scourge Church. As night fell, twilight shrouded the earth. The headquarters of the Scourge Church, Undercity, appeared even gloomier. The cyan light illuminated the streets and alleys, adding a bit of tranquility to the long-damaged city. Ron sat cross-legged on the bed, one hand propping up his cheek, deep worry on his face. Several days had passed, but there had been no movement from the sacred army. Not only did this not reassure Ron, it only made him even more worried. The existence of the Sacred Legion was like a thorn in his heart. Ron knew very well that if Platz and the other two sacred domain powerhouses hadn't arrived that day, his Undercity would have been lost. The Scourge Church that he had painstakingly built would have once again gone up in smoke. Ron sighed. When he first stepped into the sacred domain and became a sacred domain expert, he thought that he would become the pinnacle existence of the continent, and all living beings would look up to him. But when he really reached the sacred domain realm, he suddenly realized that the so-called sacred domain was just a new starting point. In the Noah continent, a sacred domain expert was nothing. It seems that I'm still too weak. At this moment, Ron felt a deep sense of crisis. He knew that although Platts and the other two didn't say goodbye to him, he could foresee that they wouldn't stay here forever. Blindly relying on outsiders is not the right path. Only by strengthening my own strength can I protect the Scourge Church. Gua thought silently. His eyebrows gradually relaxed, and a trace of determination appeared in his dark eyes. No matter what, even if I fail, I will persevere until the last moment and never give up. As if the confusion in his heart had been swept away, Ron felt as if a large stone had been lifted from his heart. He took a deep breath, slowly closed his eyes, and quietly entered a state of cultivation. Not long after, countless black gas appeared on Ron's body. His enormous soul force was released, and one after another, skulls constantly formed with the black gas. They were like human faces, and they let out mournful cries, as if thousands of souls were howling. The whole room was filled with a gloomy aura. Necromancers, manipulators of the undead. The aura of death from hell had turned into their power. At this moment, Ron's heart suddenly moved. He felt a slight crack in his sea of consciousness. Could it be that I'm about to break through? Ron was delighted. That crack was clearly a sign of a breakthrough. Breaking through the shackles in one go, breaking through to the intermediate rank of Grand Magus Necromancer. At this moment, Ron's heart had an additional belief. He began to absorb the scattered soul force. At the same time, he mobilized all the soul force to a single point and fiercely rushed towards the crack. His sea of consciousness began to surge, as if the wind and clouds had suddenly changed. The originally calm sky was suddenly filled with countless whirlpools. It was as if the sea was boiling, and countless huge waves were stirred up. Ron's soul force had already reached an extremely exaggerated level. The vast sea of consciousness couldn't be seen with a single glance. The souls floating in the sky were incomparably strong. He reached out a hand and stirred up the wind and clouds. Boom, 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 the powerful soul force constantly collided with the thick barrier, causing huge tremors. The entire sky seemed as if it was about to collapse, and lightning flashed and thunder roared. Resisting the pain, Ron's mind became more and more resolute. Early the next morning, in an ordinary room in Dark City, Becerra's mouth was wide open. She looked at the two people in front of her, her eyes filled with disbelief. Rainey, Kay, where did the two of you go? These few days, Ron was worried to death. Becerra had just woken up when she saw the two of them. She immediately asked, "Sister, where's brother Ron?" Rainey and Kay rushed back to Dark City in the middle of the night. The sky was already bright, and Kay had flown thousands of kilometers without even panting. She picked up a glass of water from the table and gulped it down. She didn't even wipe her sweat and directly asked, "Ron is in the basement of the headquarters. You are looking for him?" Becerra hesitated and asked. "Yes," Rainey said excitedly. "I can finally help brother Ron. Sister Becerra, look at this." Rainey took out something from the space bag. It was a healing potion. "What is this?" Becerra didn't know what the healing potion was and asked hesitantly. "This is a healing potion. It can heal injuries," Kay said excitedly. "With this, the Death Sorcerer's injuries won't have to worry anymore." "Really?" Becerra was overjoyed. She knew that Ron was racking his brains over the Death Sorcerer's treatment. She hurriedly urged, "Quick, tell Ron this good news." When Kay and Rainey arrived at the basement where Ron was cultivating, they were stopped by Di Lin. "You're finally back." Di Lin saw the two of them and nodded lightly as a greeting. "But you can't go in." "Ah, why? I have good news for him," Rainey said. Di Lin said sternly, "Ron is cultivating in seclusion. No matter how important it is, you can't disturb him." "Oh." Rainey's eyes revealed a trace of disappointment. She nodded and said, "All right then. I'll wait for him here." "Is Rainey back?" At this time, a voice came from the other side of the door. At the same time, the door creaked open and Ron, dressed in a black robe, walked out slowly. Ron, you're finally out? Lin smiled and said, her voice filled with joy. Big brother Ron. When little Rain saw Ron, she jumped up in surprise. Ron, you. Lin was shocked to find that the Ron in front of her was completely different. Ron's face revealed a strong sense of confidence. His spiritual energy seemed to be uncontrollably seeping out. After not seeing him for a while, his face looked paler. It was so pale that it looked a little green. His pale face looked a little strange. What surprised Lin the most was that Ron's ability had greatly improved. Ron, you broke through? Lin asked in surprise and joy. In the sacred domain, every breakthrough was extremely difficult. It involved countless opportunities and hard work. Some people, even if they reached the sacred domain, might be stuck in that realm for the rest of their lives, never to improve. Ron had just broken through to the sacred domain not long ago, and now, he had broken through to the intermediate level again. The Holy See's army pressured Ron greatly. The sacred army stationed not far away was like a huge rock pressing on his heart, making him restless. Under this pressure, Ron actually broke through. Yes, I just broke through to the intermediate level of the sacred domain. Ron smiled slightly and nodded lightly. He was already a mid-level sacred magus necromancer. His spiritual energy was incomparably strong. At this moment, he was filled with confidence. That's great. Lin was also happy for Ron. Ron glanced at Rainy and Kay at the side, snorted, and said, Rainy, what have you been doing these 2 days? You even took Kay with you? Brother Ron, what do you think this is? Rainy took out the life potion and waved it in front of Ron proudly. This is the life potion? Ron recognized the item in Rainy's hand at a glance. His eyes were filled with surprise. Rainy, where did you get this? I made it, Rainy said excitedly. I've been doing this for the past 2 days. You know how to make the life potion? Ron's eyes widened in shock. He couldn't believe the reality in front of him. He took the potion of life from Rainy's hands and carefully held it in his hands. This was a real potion of life. The rich life energy inside made one feel relaxed and happy. It's true, Kay said happily. She told him about Rainy's return to the Barrow family. Rainy got the complete formula from the family and made the life potion. That's great, Ron said excitedly. With this, I can treat the necromancers in the Scourge Church. Rainy, you've done a great service this time. Ron smiled and said, I represent all the necromancers in the Scourge Church to thank you. As he said that, he bowed deeply to Rainy. Rainy's face was red. She lowered her head shyly after being praised by Ron. Can this thing be mass-produced? Ron asked. Just like the stamina potion. Of course. Rainy heard and puffed out her chest. As long as I have enough materials, I can make the life potion. That's great. Ron heard and his eyes lit up. With this thing, we'll have more confidence in dealing with the Holy See. Ron smiled faintly as he held the health potion in his hand. At this time, Juliana hurriedly ran over. She, who had always been calm, had an incomparably flustered expression on her face. When she saw Ron, her eyes lit up as if she had found her backbone. Ron, it's not good. The Holy See has started to attack. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.